Chapter 1 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. Exodus chapter 1. The second book of Moses, called Exodus, contains a history of 145 years and therein exhibits the fulfilment of God's promises to the patriarchs in the multiplication of their seed and their deliverance from bondage in Egypt, and represents the establishment of those laws and ordinances which God required them to observe as memorials of his favours. We have here particularly represented the tyranny of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the cruel bondage and marvellous increase of the Israelites, the birth, education, and exile of Moses, his and his brother Aaron's divine mission to deliver their brethren, the 10 plagues inflicted on the Egyptians for refusing to let the Israelites leave their country, and their destruction in the Red Sea, the Hebrews' celebration of the Passover, departure from Egypt and safe passage through the Red Sea, God's sustenance of them by sweetened water, or water from a flinty rock, and by quails and bread from heaven, his laws relative to the Passover, feast of unleavened bread, firstlings, manna, etc., his solemn publication of his moral law from Mount Sinai, his directions relative to their civil and religious conduct, his entrance into covenant with them, chapters 1 to 24, his directions concerning the tabernacle and its furniture, and concerning the apparel and consecration of his priests, the Hebrews' idolatrous making and worshipping the golden calf, Moses' intercession for them and God's gracious reconcilement by means of it, their voluntary contribution for and actual making and erecting the tabernacle and its whole furniture, chapters 25 to 40. There are perhaps more types of Christ in this than in any other book of the Bible. Chapter 1 contains an account 1 of God's kindness to the Israelites in multiplying them exceedingly, verses 1 to 7. 2 of the Egyptians' cruelty to them on that account in oppressing them with hard labour, and in appointing the midwives and others to murder their male children, verses 8 to 16, verse 18 and 22. 3 of God's more abundant multiplication of them, and rewarding the midwives' refusal to murder their babes, verse 12 and 17 to 21. Verse 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob. Verse 2. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Verse 3. Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. Verse 4. Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. Verse 5. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. Verse 6. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. Verse 7. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Verse 8. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. Explanatory note, verse 8. Perhaps this king pertained to a new family, which obtained the throne about 100 years after the Hebrews went down to Egypt. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that, when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Explanatory note. Verse 10. The Israelites about this time began their compliance with the Egyptian idolatry, for which God justly punished them by the hands of the Egyptians. Joshua 24 verse 14, Ezekiel 20 verses 7 and 8, and chapter 23 verse 8, Psalm 105 verse 25. End of explanatory note. Verse 11. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. Explanatory note, verse 11. Perhaps these cities were not only intended for depositing the stores of the country, but also for protecting it from the Arabs, Philistines, and others on the northeast, or for retaining the Hebrews in their bondage. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel. Verse 13. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigour. Verse 14. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigour. Verse 15. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. Verse 16. And he said, When ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him, but if it be a daughter, then she shall live. Verse 17. But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. Verse 18. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? Verse 19. And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Explanatory note, verse 19. Probably by virtue of the special assistance of God, it was really so with many of the Hebrew women. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. Verse 21. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. Explanatory note, verse 21. While God exceedingly multiplied the Hebrews, he increased the families and happiness of the midwives. End of explanatory note. Verse 22. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. Reflections. One generation quickly passes away, and another comes. Those who wax great or numerous should therefore remember their original meanness. Remarkable is the birth of God's promise when its full time comes. In 215 years Abraham's promised seed had increased to 70 persons. In as many more they are increased to about 3 million. Services done to men are soon forgotten, but those done to God are had in everlasting remembrance. At the same time God's kindness often sharpens men's cruelty, and to what horrid and savage barbarity their selfish designs often push them. But it is vain for devils or men to contend with the Lord. Their best laid attempts against his designs will but promote their accomplishment, and God's church often thrives best in the fiery furnace of troubles, continued one after another. Let me therefore always depend on God, always obey God rather than man. Never let such as are barbarous themselves make me an instrument of their cruelty, for if I hide or help God's outcasts in the day of their distress, he is not unfaithful to forget my labour of love, and may perhaps repay me in kind. End of chapter 1. Section 2 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 2 begins the history of Moses, the man of God, the famed deliverer, prophet, and governor of Israel, and noted type of Jesus Christ, the Saviour, mediator, lawgiver, king, and prophet of his church. Here we have 1. The perils of his infancy, particularly his exposure in the river Nile in an ark of bulrushes, verses 1 to 4. 2. His preservation and honourable education by Pharaoh's daughter, verses 5 to 10. 3. His taking part with his oppressed Hebrew brethren and danger by it, verses 11 to 15. 4. His escape into Midian and marriage with Zipporah, a daughter of a prince there, verses 15 to 22. 5. The dawn of Israel's deliverance in God's gracious notice of their distress and their prayers for relief, verses 23 to 25. Verse 1. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. Verse 2. And the woman conceived, and bare a son, and when she saw him, that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. Explanatory note. Verse 2. She had borne Miriam about 10, and Aaron about 4 years before. End explanatory note. Verse 3. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. Verse 4. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. Verse 5. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the riverside. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. Verse 6. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Hebrews' children. Explanatory note. Verse 6. Pharaoh's daughter knew this from her father's cruel edict, or from the beauty and circumcision of the babe. End of explanatory note. Verse 7. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? Verse 8. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. Verse 9. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away, and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child, and nursed it. Verse 10. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses, and she said, Because I drew him out of the water. Verse 11. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. Explanatory note. Verse 11. Being 40 years old, Acts 7 verse 23, and instructed by his parents and his God concerning his real kindred, he resolved to abandon the honours of the court, join himself to the oppressed people of God, and exert himself for their deliverance. Hebrews 11 verses 24 to 26. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian, and hid him in the sand. Verse 13. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together, and he said to him that did the wrong, Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? Verse 14. And he said, Who made thee a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me, as thou killedst the Egyptian? And Moses feared, and said, Surely this thing is known. Explanatory note. Verse 14. Perhaps the contempt which the Hebrews now showed Moses provoked God to defer their deliverance 40 years. Acts 7 verse 25. End of explanatory note. Verse 15. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Explanatory note. Verse 15. Pharaoh was enraged at Moses' taking part with the Hebrews, and afraid of his heading them in a rebellion. End of explanatory note. Verse 16. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs, to water their father's flock. Explanatory note. Verse 16. Reuel was a prince or priest of the true God among the Midianites, who dwelt along the coast of the east branch of the Red Sea, as Melchizedek was among the Canaanites, Genesis 14 verse 18, but whether he was the same with Jethro, and Hobab was his son, or whether Reuel was Jethro's father, and Jethro the same as Hobab, is not very evident. Compare chapter 3 verse 1 with chapter 18 verses 1 and 27, Numbers 10 verse 29, end of explanatory note. Verse 17, and the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. Verse 18, and when they came to Reuel their father, he said, How is it that ye are come so soon today? Verse 19, and they said, An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. Verse 20, and he said unto his daughters, And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread. Verse 21, and Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses Zipporah his daughter. Verse 22, and she bare him a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. Verse 23, and it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage. Verse 24, and God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. Verse 25, and God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. Reflections. While wicked men exert themselves for the ruin of God's church, he is often preparing matters for her deliverance, though frequently his great works and his greatest instruments are apparently almost stifled in their birth. When God calls to it, it is becoming, with cheerfulness and confidence, to venture everything which concerns us on his providence. But strong faith in God ought always to be attended with the use of the most proper means which are in our power. It is easy for God to raise up friends to his distressed children among his principal enemies, or to find out methods for qualifying beforehand such as he intends for great work. and it is honourable for the greatest to observe and sympathize with the meanest in their adversities, and to be made the instrument of their relief, and when faith in and love to God duly prevail in the heart, no carnal consideration will deter such an one from joining himself to God's church and people. The sincerest kindness and friendship is frequently requited with abuse and contempt, and the strongest carnal affection quickly turned into murderous rage. But God regards even the affectionate design, and graciously provides a place of refuge for his persecuted friends and servants, where they may be safe and useful. No change of lot, no change of country can make us lose the enjoyment of our God, nor deprive us of him as our reconciled God in Christ, to sympathize with us in, and bring us safely through, our most grievous afflictions. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 3. To render his intercourse with Moses and the children of Israel more observable, God had not perhaps appeared in vision for more than 200 years. Genesis 46 verses 2-4. Here, 1. God appears to Moses at Sinai in the midst of an unconsumed burning bush, and declares himself in covenant with the Israelites, verses 1-6. 2. In compassion to their present distress, he appoints Moses to be their deliverer, and answers whatever objections he started against his entering on that work, verses 1-12. 3. He directs him what he should say to the Hebrews and to Pharaoh king of Egypt, and certifies him of success in his work, verses 12-22. Verse 1. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. Explanatory note. Verse 1. Horeb, or Sinai, was called the Mount of God, as he at this time appeared on it, and soon after proclaimed his laws from it. Chapter 19 and 20. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed. Explanatory note. Verse 2. This flame represented the awful majesty, perfect purity, and infinite power of God. The bush burning and not consumed denotes the church of God, particularly the Israelites, in their state debased, exposed, persecuted, and afflicted, but preserved by the presence and power of God. John 16 verse 33, Acts 14 verse 22, Psalm 46 verses 1-5. But perhaps it chiefly prefigured the Godhead as dwelling in the manhood of Christ, and the terrible execution of divine vengeance upon him, while he was preserved by his Godhead and his Father's residence in him. John 1 verse 14, Colossians 2 verse 9, 1 Timothy 3 verse 16, Isaiah 53, 2 Corinthians 5 verses 19 and 21. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. Verse 4. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here am I. Verse 5. And he said, Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Explanatory note. Verse 5. The pulling off his shoes marked with what holiness, humility, and reverence we ought to approach unto God. The ground was holy, was occasionally consecrated by the special manifestation of God thereon. End of explanatory note. Verse 6. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. Explanatory note. Verse 6. God was the God of Abraham, etc. He was engaged to them by manifold promises, which he was now come to perform. End of explanatory note. Verse 7. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow. Explanatory note. Verse 7. I have seen, etc. I have kindly observed, mercifully regarded, and pitied their misery. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Explanatory note. Verse 8. I am about to manifest my infinite power and condescension in their deliverance. A land flowing with milk and honey is one abounding with necessary and agreeable productions. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. Verse 10. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. Verse 11. And Moses said unto God, Who am I, that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? Verse 12. And he said, Certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee, that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain. Explanatory note, verse 12. In view of this solemn fellowship with me, encourage yourself to promote this deliverance. End of explanatory note. Verse 13. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? Explanatory note, verse 13. Which of these names should I use, that they may be most encouraged to expect the deliverance? End of explanatory note. Verse 14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. Explanatory note, verse 14. I am that I am. I am the fountain of being, eternally and unchangeably existing in, of, from, and by myself. End of explanatory note. Verse 15. And God said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Explanatory note, verse 15. This is my character, whereby I will be remembered, owned, and served by my people, and distinguished from all others. End of explanatory note. Verse 16. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. Verse 17. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. Verse 18. And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Egypt, and ye shall say unto him, The Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us, and now let us go, we beseech thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Verse 19. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. Explanatory note, verse 19. Notwithstanding manifold plagues inflicted on his kingdom, he will not let you go, but by a mere constraint. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. And I will stretch out my hand, and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof, and after that he will let you go. Verse 21. And I will give this people favour in the sight of the Egyptians, and it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. Verse 22. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbour, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. Explanatory note, verse 22. The word here rendered borrow signifies merely to ask. It was no sin thus to ask the Egyptians' property. God, the original and supreme proprietor of all things, commanded it. The Egyptians had forfeited their right by their wickedness with respect to him. Hereby, too, he, as a righteous judge, ordered a payment of their wages to the Hebrews, who had been defrauded. End of explanatory note. Reflections. However long God seem to neglect, he will visit me at last. Let me therefore attend to my lawful calling, however mean, expecting his countenance in the way of my duty. If I desire solemn fellowship with him, let me retire from the world and inquire into what he hath revealed. Let me always approach his presence with a strong faith, holy awe, clean hands, and a pure heart. Let me with joy and wonder behold him as in Christ crucified, and as present in his church, to preserve her in her hottest troubles. Let me trust in him as my own and my Father's God, and rejoice in the firmness and perpetuity of his new covenant relations to us. Let me admire his mercy and wisdom in giving for the salvation of his people, when they have given over looking for him, and let me firmly hope that whatever be the unworthiness of the object, the weakness of the instrument, or the wickedness or power of the opposer, the Lord will exactly fulfill the promises of his grace. Oh, may I have this great I Am to do all for me, give all to me, and be all in all unto me. May I, in everything, study to have his call cleared up and certified to me. May I receive my directions from him, what I shall say or do. May I labour after faithfulness in my work, and then, leaving it to the Lord, he will succeed my endeavours, and graciously reward me on their account, and the wrongs done to me in this world will be all rectified at last. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 4. Here we have 1. Moses' objection against undertaking the office of delivering Israel. The first he draws from the Hebrews' unbelief, which God answers by giving him a miraculous power to turn his rod into a serpent, and again into a rod, to render his hand leprous and then sound, and to turn the water into blood, verses 1 to 9. The second he draws from his own unfitness, particularly want of proper eloquence. This God answers by promising to qualify him and be with him, and by giving him Aaron his brother to be his spokesman, and by conferring a miraculous influence on his staff, verses 10 to 17. 2. Taking his farewell of Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses with his family sets off for Egypt to execute his commission. In his way he receives further instructions from God. His life is endangered through his neglect to circumcise his son, and to his great satisfaction he meets with Aaron, verses 18 to 28. 3. Being come into Egypt, they declare their commission to the Hebrew elders, and by the signs appointed, confirm it before the people, to their great satisfaction, verses 29 to 31. Verse 1. And Moses answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, The Lord hath not appeared unto thee. Verse 2. And the Lord said unto him, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. Verse 3. And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent, and Moses fled from before it. Verse 4. And the Lord said unto Moses, Put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. Explanatory notes. Verses 3 and 4. This change of his rod signified that his ministry and miracles would be destructive as serpents to the Egyptians, but helpful and directive to the Hebrews. In like manner, his laws are to unbelievers a killing letter, a ministration of death, 2 Corinthians 2 verses 15 and 16, and chapter 3 verse 6, but to believers a means of life, Galatians 3 verse 24. End of explanatory note. Verse 5. That they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. Verse 6. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, Put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. Verse 7. And he said, Put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. Explanatory note, verses 6 and 7. This signified that God, with the utmost ease and dispatch, can change the form of our lot, and that it was by the power of God, not his own, that he wrought his miracles. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. Verse 9. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. Explanatory note, verse 9. This signified that if the Hebrews should persist in their unbelief, God would bring upon them still more fearful calamities. End of explanatory note. Verse 10. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech, and of a slow tongue. Verse 11. And the Lord said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth? Or who maketh the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, the Lord? Verse 12, Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. Verse 13, And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. Explanatory note, verse 13. Send the Messiah himself, or someone duly qualified to deliver them. End of explanatory note. Verse 14, And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, Is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee, and when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. Verse 15, And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what he shall do. Verse 16, And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of God. Explanatory note, verse 16, As thy spokesman he shall deliver thy message to Pharaoh and the Hebrews, while thou, in the name of God, shalt direct and enjoin him what to say. End of explanatory note. Verse 17, And thou shalt take this rod in thine hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. Verse 18, And Moses went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. Verse 19, And the Lord said unto Moses in Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men are dead which sought thy life. Verse 20, And Moses took his wife and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt, and Moses took the rod of God in his hand. Verse 21, And the Lord said unto Moses, When thou goest to return into Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh which I have put in thine hand, but I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. Explanatory note, verse 21. Wonders were put in Moses' hand, in his having power granted him of God to effect them by means of his rod or staff. As hardness of heart is a sin, Pharaoh hardened his own heart, encouraging himself in his opposition to the command of God, but as it is a punishment of sin, God hardens men by withholding the outward means of softening their heart. Psalm 147 verse 20, Matthew 11 verse 21 and 23, or the outward grace which would effectually soften it, Genesis 6 verse 3, or by giving them up to their own lusts and to the power of Satan and the world, by the agency of whom they become more and more blinded, stupefied, and encouraged in their rebellion against God. 2 Thessalonians 2 verse 10 and 11, Romans 11 verses 8 and 10, 2 Corinthians 4 verses 3 and 4, and chapter 2 verses 5 and 16, 1 Kings 22 verse 22, 1 Peter 2 verse 8, Romans 28 verse 32. End of explanatory note. Verse 22, And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Explanatory note, verse 22, The Israelites were the first and only nation which God adopted into his family as his peculiar people and heirs of a promised territory on earth. End of explanatory note. Verse 23, And I say unto thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me, and if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. Verse 24, And it came to pass by the way in the inn that the Lord met with him and sought to kill him. Explanatory note, verse 24, By some dangerous disease or in some fearful form God threatened to take away Moses' life for his neglecting to circumcise his youngest son. End of explanatory note. Verse 25, Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou to me. Explanatory note, verse 25, Surely I have redeemed thy life, and as it were wedded thee anew to me in the bloody circumcision of my son. End of explanatory note. Verse 26, So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody husband thou art because of the circumcision. Verse 27, And the Lord said to Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went, and met him in the mount of God, and kissed him. Verse 28, And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. Verse 29, And Moses and Aaron went, and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. Verse 30, And Aaron spake all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. Verse 31, And the people believed, and when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Reflections. Learn, my soul, never to be discouraged from present duty by former disappointments. God's promise is sufficient to balance all opposition. Let me accept of miracles recorded in God's word as the most convincing external proofs of a divine mission, and let me admire the kindness of God in so abundantly confirming the intimations of his will to mankind. Never should I excuse myself from the work to which God calls me from any wickedness about others or weakness in myself. God can make mountains his way, and can qualify me as is necessary. Let me cheerfully connect the exercise of the gifts or graces which God hath given me in whatever order of precedence or subordination he pleaseth, employing them in the service he commands. But let no intended service of God render me undutiful in my relations, and on the contrary, never let me fear men when I have a clear call from God to my work, and a promise of his presence to be with me in it. Meanwhile, let no distance from the public ordinances of God and the fellowship of saints cool my zeal for his worship. Never let fond indulgence of my earthly relations make me to neglect any part of God's institutions, or of my religious duty towards them. If I do so, God will make me to smart for it in his time. Nay, it is better to part with relations for a time than to have them an encumbrance to us in the service of God. Whatever knowledge, gifts, or graces God bestows upon me, it becomes me to improve them for the benefit of others, particularly of my fellow labourers in the Lord, that with one mind and one mouth we may glorify God. But let my hopes never be too sanguine on the first promising appearances, for if grace do not really touch the heart, miracles themselves can produce but a temporary faith, a transient flash of religious affection. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 5. Here, 1. In the name of God, Moses and Aaron demand leave of Pharaoh for the Hebrews to hold a solemn feast in the Arabian desert. He answers with a defiance of their God and a check to themselves, verses 1 to 4. 2. To put thoughts of devotion entirely out of the Israelites' minds, Pharaoh appoints their slavish tasks to be increased, requiring them to make bricks without straw, verses 5 to 9. 3. This edict being executed with cruelty, the Hebrew overseers complain to Pharaoh, the Hebrews rail at Moses and Aaron, and Moses complains to God, verses 10 to 23. Verse 1. And afterwards Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. Verse 2. And Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. Verse 3. And they said, The God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. Verse 4. And the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? Verse 5. And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land are now many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. Verse 6. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, verse 7. Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore, let them go and gather straw for themselves. Verse 8. And the tally of the bricks which they did make heretofore ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle, therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Verse 9. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labour therein, and let them not regard vain words. Verse 10. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, Thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Verse 11. Go ye, get ye straw, where ye can find it, yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. Verse 12. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt, to gather stubble instead of straw. Verse 13. And the taskmasters hastened them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. Verse 14. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten, and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick, both yesterday and today as heretofore? Verse 15, Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? Verse 16, There is no straw given unto thy servants, and they say to us, Make brick, and behold, thy servants are beaten, but the fault is in thine own people. Verse 17, But he said, Ye are idle, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord. Verse 18, Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tally of bricks. Verse 19, And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, Ye shall not minish aught from your bricks of your daily task. Verse 20, And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way as they came forth to Pharaoh. Verse 21, And they said unto them, The Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our savour to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hands to slay us. Verse 22, And Moses returned unto the Lord, and said, Lord, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? Verse 23, For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath done evil to this people, neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Reflections. Let me here remark that however poor and despicable the people of God may be on earth, he will acknowledge them, and in his own time plead their cause. The most presumptuous rebellion against God's will is founded in ignorance of him, and while persecutors obstinately cleave to their wickedness, God's people ought to be peculiarly careful of offending him. It is no new thing for carnal men to look on religious worship as useless or hurtful, and to improve God's demands upon his people as a spur to their own cruelty, and cruel princes never want cruel agents to promote their barbarous purposes. In evil times God's ministers may expect a double share of abuse at all hands, and be blamed as the causes of distress, when they are but the innocent, the dutiful occasions of it. But what a mercy is it that they have a God to go to with their complaints! Surely there is need to believe in hope against hope, since the heaviest trials may happen when we expect, and are even at the daybreak of, remarkable deliverances. Meanwhile, let me think of the bondage of heathenish and anti-Christian superstition, idolatry, oppression, and persecution, from which God hath delivered and will deliver his gospel church. But how much more oppressive is the bondage of our natural and unregenerate state, the bondage to a broken law which demands the perfect performance of every duty, and yet denies all strength for that effect, the bondage to diverse lusts which laden men with guilt, drown them in perdition, and pierce them through with many sorrows, the bondage to this world, in minding nothing but carnal things, the bondage of the fears of death and hell, which often render life a burden, and the bondage to Satan, which goeth about seeking whom he may devour. Blessed for ever be the Lord, who hath sent a Saviour and a great one to deliver us. Dare not, my soul, to murmur against him, though fires should go before him, and it should be very tempestuous round about him. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Exodus, from the Self-Interpreting Bible, by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus, chapter 6. Here, 1. To persuade Moses of the certainty of Israel's deliverance, God renews his promise of it, declares that his name is Jehovah, the promise-performing God, that he had established his covenant with them in the persons of their progenitors, and that he regarded their afflictions, verses 1 to 5. 2. He chargeth Moses to assure his brethren that God would deliver them from Egypt, render them his peculiar people, and settle them in Canaan. But through anguish they regard it not, verses 6 to 9. 3. Moses still excusing himself from his office, God gives him and Aaron a peremptory charge to require Pharaoh again to let the Hebrews go, verses 10 to 13 and verses 26 to 30. 4. To introduce the genealogy of Moses and Aaron, that of the Reubenites, Simeonites, and Levites is inserted, verses 14 to 25. Verse 1. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. Explanatory note, verse 1. God's strong hand and outstretched arm denote the remarkable manifestations of his power in plaguing the Egyptians, dividing the Red Sea, etc. End of explanatory note. Verse 2, And God spake unto Moses, and said unto him, I am the Lord. Verse 3, And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty, but by my name Jehovah was I not known to them. Explanatory note. Verse 3, God was not so much manifested to the patriarchs by this his name Jehovah, which denotes his self-existence, necessary existence, self-sufficiency, independency, and his being not only being itself, but also the effectual and eminent giver of being to his promises and creatures. Nor had he given actual being to his promises in the remarkable fulfilment thereof. End of explanatory note. Verse 4, And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. Verse 5, And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians kept in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Verse 6, Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and will bring you out from under the bondage of the Egyptians, and will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. Verse 7, And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, which bringeth you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. Explanatory note. Verse 7, He took them under his immediate government, that they might know and serve him, receive from him his distinguished benefits, temporal and spiritual. End of explanatory note. Verse 8, And I will bring you in unto the land, concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and I will give it you for an heritage. I am the Lord. Verse 9, And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit, and for cruel bondage. Verse 10, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Verse 11, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. Verse 12, And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? Verse 13, And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Verse 14, These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok and Palu, Hezron and Carmi, these be the families of Reuben. Verse 15, And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin, and Ohad and Jachin, and Zohar and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman, these are the families of Simeon. Verse 16, And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. Verse 17, The sons of Gershon, Libni and Shimi, according to their families. Verse 18, And the sons of Kohath, Amram and Izhar and Hebron and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. Verse 19, And the sons of Merari, Mahadi and Mushi. These are the families of Levi according to their generations. Verse 20, And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife, and she bare him Aaron and Moses, and the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. Verse 21, And the sons of Izhar, Korah and Nepheg and Zikri. Verse 22, And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael and Elzaphan and Zithri. Verse 23, And Aaron took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nashon, to wife, and she bare him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Verse 24, And the sons of Korah, Asiah and Elkanah and Abiasaph. These are the families of the Korhites. Verse 25, And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took to him one of the daughters of Putiel to wife, and she bare him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. Verse 26, These are that Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. Verse 27, These are they which spake to Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and Aaron. Verse 28, And it came to pass on the day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt. Verse 29, That the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak thou unto Pharaoh king of Egypt all that I say unto thee. Verse 30, And Moses said before the Lord, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Reflections. In our greatest extremity, God often interposes for our relief, and the hardest work is easily effected when he puts his hand to it. If his mighty arm of mercy or judgment be stretched out, when he begins, he will make an end. Certain is that deliverance for which the character, the covenant, the pity, the purpose, and the power of God are all engaged, and yet the objects thereof, through anguish of spirit or through his delay of performance, put his strong consolations from them. The frowardness of gospel hearers makes ministers to despair of success with others, and to repeat the excuses which God hath already answered, till he charge them on their peril to obey his appointments. O the perverseness of the human heart, and its enmity against God! Before he calls, what numbers run unsent! When he calls to his service, what averseness to comply! Whatever my pedigree be, whether honourable or ignominious, let me reckon it my chief honour to be God's favourite, and be made useful in doing good to souls. Let me, without gainsaying, obey his voice, and provoke him not, and though my work be difficult or dangerous, as my days are, so shall my strength be. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 7. Here, 1. Moses and Aaron, being further directed and encouraged of God, proceed to execute their commission without more disputing, verses 1 to 7. 2. By God's direction, Moses proves a divine authority for his demand of Israel's dismission by the miraculous turning of Aaron's rod into a serpent, but the magicians imitating the same, Pharaoh hardens himself after the conviction, verses 8 to 13. 3. After fair warning, he chastises Pharaoh and his Egyptians by turning their water into blood for 7 days, but the magicians imitating this also, Pharaoh hardens himself against the stroke, while his subjects by digging new wells attempt to avoid it, verses 14 to 25. Verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Explanatory note. Verse 1. Moses was a god to Pharaoh. He dealt with him in the name and authority of God, and punished his disobedience with plagues, which none but God could inflict. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. Verse 3. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. Verse 4. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth mine armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. Verse 5. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch forth mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. Verse 6. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them, so did they. Explanatory note. Verse 6. They manifested the noblest courage in speaking to or dealing with proud Pharaoh, and the most exact fidelity in the execution of all God's commands. End of explanatory note. Verse 7. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spake unto Pharaoh. Verse 8. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, verse 9. When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. Verse 10. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Verse 11. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt, they also did in like manner with their enchantments. Verse 12. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. Explanatory note. Verses 12 and 22. Whether the magicians imposed upon the sight of the spectators by artfully conveying away the rods and putting serpents in their place, or whether Satan actuated the rods and made them to appear as serpents, or whether for the hardening of Pharaoh God himself effected this change, is hard to determine. It was more easy to impose upon spectators in turning the water into blood, or in bringing up frogs. But it is manifest that all which the magicians did increased the plagues, but could not remove them, and that the swallowing up of their rods by Aaron's and their inability to produce lice proved that Moses' miracles were effected by a power infinitely superior to what they had in command. End of explanatory note. Verse 13, And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. Verse 14, And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened, he refuseth to let the people go. Verse 15, Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning, lo, he goeth out unto the water, and thou shalt stand by the river's brink against he come. And the rod, which was turned to a serpent, shalt thou take in thine hand. Verse 16, And thou shalt say unto him, The Lord God of the Hebrews hath sent me unto thee, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto thou wouldst not hear. Verse 17, Thus saith the Lord, In this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. Verse 18, And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. Verse 19, And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. Verse 20, And Moses and Aaron did so, as the Lord commanded, and he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. Verse 21, And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 22, And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as the Lord had said. Verse 23, And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. Verse 24, And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. Verse 25, And 7 days were fulfilled after that the Lord had smitten the river. Reflections. How great is the condescension of God in putting some of his honour upon sinful men, and in speaking to us by them, that his dread may not make us afraid. But amidst trials and discouragements, ministers have need to be fully satisfied that, whatever contradictions they meet with, God shall be glorified by their work, both in them that are saved and in them that perish. Happy those who know the Lord to be God by his fulfilment of promises to them, but miserable indeed are they who know him to be God by the execution of his vengeance upon them. The contest between Almighty God and the strongest worms of mankind is greatly unequal. Let the potsherds drive with the potsherds of the earth. For if men will not bow before the sceptre of his grace, they must break beneath the rod of his judgment. But in mercy God often warns before he punishes them. Sinners frequently desire to see miracles, not for their conviction, but to strengthen their unbelief, and readily is Satan permitted to harden such in their sin by his lying wonders. Through his influence men harden themselves against warnings, against judgments and deliverances, and whatever other shifts they try for relief, they will not so much as cry to God when he bindeth them. But the cause of God and truth shall prevail at last, and reign without contradiction, and dreadful shall be the just miseries of them who oppressed his people and contemned his admonitions. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Exodus, from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 8. Here, 1. The second plague, viz. Of frogs, is threatened and inflicted by God, and is imitated by the magicians, is removed on Pharaoh's humble request. Nevertheless, he continues hardened. Verses 1 to 15. 2. The third plague, viz. Of lice, is inflicted, cannot be imitated by the magicians. Nevertheless, Pharaoh still hardens himself against God. Verses 16 to 19. 3. The plague of flies is denounced against the whole land of Egypt, except where the Israelites dwelt. This forces Pharaoh to humble himself and allow the Hebrews to leave the country, but on the removal of it, he again hardens his heart and recalls his permission, verses 20 to 32. Verse 1, And the Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Verse 2, And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs. Verse 3, And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. Verse 4, And the frogs shall come up both on thee, and upon thy people, and upon all thy servants. Verse 5, And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch forth thy hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. Verse 6, And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up, and covered the land of Egypt. Verse 7, And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Verse 8, Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and said, Entreat the Lord, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord. Verse 9, And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee, and thy houses, that they may remain in the river only? Verse 10, And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know there is none like unto the Lord our God. Verse 11, And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only. Verse 12, And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. Verse 13, And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. Verse 14, And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. Verse 15, But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. Verse 16, And the Lord said unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 17, And they did so, for Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 18, And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast. Verse 19, Then the magicians said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. Verse 20, And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water. And say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Verse 21, Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. Verse 22, And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. Verse 23, And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. Verse 24, And the Lord did so, and there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. Verse 25, And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land. Verse 26, And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? Verse 27, We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he shall command us. Verse 28, And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness, only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. Verse 29, And Moses said, Behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat the Lord, that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. Verse 30, And Moses went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Lord. Verse 31, And the Lord did according to the word of Moses. He removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. Verse 32, And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Reflections. How terrible an enemy is God! who even by frogs, flies, and lice can subdue the most proud and potent of his human oppressors, can force them to their prayers and to feigned compliances with his will. Great indeed is his power, who can at his pleasure restrain Satan and his agents, and marvellous his kindness to his people, in distinguishing them from their fellow sinners of mankind, and hiding them from common calamities under the shadow of his wings. But alas, how quickly unrenewed hearts return to their wickedness, and reigning lusts break through every bond, and render men impudently presumptuous and scandalously perfidious. Let me, with Moses and Aaron, be bold and faithful in every point in the service of God, neither fearing the wrath of kings, nor the opposition of devils, and let me always be ready to pray for mine enemies, when I have any encouragement to it, any hopes of their change of heart, or of a blessing from the Lord upon them. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 9. Here other 3 plagues are inflicted upon Pharaoh and his kingdom. 1. After warning, the 5th plague, viz. Of murrain, is inflicted on the cattle of the Egyptians, while those of the Hebrews are safe, but Pharaoh hardens himself, verses 1 to 7. 2. Without warning, the plague of boils is inflicted upon man and beast, particularly upon the magicians, but Pharaoh hardens his heart, verses 8 to 12. 3. After warning and a sharp rebuke of Pharaoh's pride, the plague of thunder, hail, and rain is inflicted. This terrifies him into a confession of his sin, and a promise to dismiss the Israelites, but no sooner is it removed, at Moses' request, than he again hardens his heart and recalls his promise, verses 13 to 34. Verse 1. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Verse 2. For if thou refuse to let them go, and wilt hold them still, verse 3, Behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous murrain. Verse 4. And the Lord shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die of all that is in the children of Israel. Verse 5. And the Lord appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. Verse 6. And the Lord did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died, but of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. Verse 7. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. Verse 8. And the Lord said unto Moses and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it towards the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. Verse 9. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 10. And they took ashes of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up toward heaven, and it became a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. Verse 11. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boil, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. Verse 12. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had spoken unto Moses. Verse 13. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Verse 14. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that thou mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth. Verse 15. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth. Verse 16. And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. Verse 17. As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou wilt not let them go. Verse 18. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as hath not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof even until now. Verse 19. Send therefore now, and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. Verse 20, he that feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. Verse 21, and he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. Verse 22, and the Lord said unto Moses, stretch forth thine hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 23, and Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. Verse 24, so there was hail and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. Verse 25, and the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Verse 26, only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. Verse 27, and Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned this time, the Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Verse 28, entreat the Lord, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. Verse 29, and Moses said unto him, as soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's. Verse 30, but as for thee and thy servants, I know that ye will not yet fear the Lord God. Verse 31, and the flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. Verse 32, but the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. Verse 33, and Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord, and the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. Verse 34, and when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. Verse 35, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses. Reflections. God can execute the most numerous, diversified, and extensive judgments upon such as hate him. He can easily make what we have idolized, whether our cattle, our bodies, or fields, the immediate objects of our punishment, and how severe is the punishment which he hath laid up in store for such as have been most instrumental in deceiving and hardening others. Satan can delude men into sin, but he cannot preserve them from suffering, and in tremendous sovereignty God fixes on the objects of his wrath, and renders their prosperity the means of their ruin, to the praise of the glory of his justice. Though men may sport with his judgments, the indignation of the Almighty will most certainly overtake them, and fall most heavily on those who remain under the power of a proud, hell-hardened heart, which neither warnings, however express, nor judgments, however terrible, can impress. But happy are they who have God for their friend and refuge. Effectual fervent prayer to him is the most powerful antidote against trouble, and under it the surest help and consolation. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 10. Here, 1. God declares that in all the plagues of Egypt he intended his own glory and the instruction of Israel, verses 1 and 2. 2. The plague of locusts being threatened, Pharaoh's servants instigate him to let the Hebrews depart, but as he would only allow the men to go, it is inflicted. Hereupon Pharaoh confesses his sin, but when the locusts are removed at Moses' request, he again hardens his heart, verses 3 to 20. 3. After warning, the 9th plague of a total and terrible darkness over all the land, except where the Hebrews dwelt, is inflicted and continues for 3 days. Hereupon Pharaoh offers to let all the Hebrews go, providing they leave their cattle behind them, and outrageously threatens Moses for refusing his terms, verses 21 to 29. Verse 1, and the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him. Verse 2, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that he may know how that I am the Lord. Verse 3. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Verse 4. Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into thy coast. Verse 5. And they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field. Verse 6. And they shall fill thy houses, and the house of all thy servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. Verse 7. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed? Verse 8. And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve the Lord your God. But who are they that shall go? Verse 9. And Moses said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto the Lord. Verse 10. And he said unto them, Let the Lord be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Verse 11. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve the Lord, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. Verse 12. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail hath left. Verse 13. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night, and when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. Verse 14. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. Verse 15. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Verse 16. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. Explanatory note. Verse 16. I have sinned against you Hebrews in cruelly oppressing you. I have sinned against you, Moses and Aaron, in scornfully denying your just demands. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin, only this once, and entreat the Lord your God, that he may take away from me this death only. Verse 18. And he went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Lord. Verse 19. And the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt. Explanatory note. Verse 19. The sea which runs along the east of Egypt is called the Red Sea, either from the colour of the weeds in it, or rather because it anciently belonged to the Edomites. Genesis 25 verse 30, for Edom signifies red. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. Verse 21. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand towards heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. Verse 22. And Moses stretched forth his hand towards heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. Explanatory note. Verse 22. In all the land of Egypt 3 days. Verse 23. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days, but all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. Explanatory note. Verse 23. The Israelites could have marched away in this darkness, but God would have them brought forth not as fugitives, but as triumphant conquerors. End of explanatory note. Verse 24. And Pharaoh called unto Moses, and said, Go ye, serve the Lord, only let your flocks and your herds be stayed, let your little ones also go with you. Verse 25, And Moses said, Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our God. Verse 26, Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind, for thereof must we take to serve the Lord our God, and we know not with what we must serve the Lord until we come thither. Explanatory note, verse 26, They were to leave nothing of their property behind them, that they might have no temptation to return. End of explanatory note. Verse 27, But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. Verse 28, And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, take heed to thyself, see my face no more, for in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. Verse 29, And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well, I will see thy face again no more. Explanatory note. Verse 29, Moses saw Pharaoh no more, for he denounced the death of the firstborn before he left his presence at this time. Chapter 11, verses 4 to 8. And when they were destroyed, Pharaoh only sent to him. Chapter 12, verse 31. End of explanatory note. Reflections. Let me, with holy awe, observe that God intends the judgments which he executes as standing memorials of his supreme power and authority over all creatures, and of his victorious power over the kingdom of Satan, in restraining the malice and chastising the insolence of his and his people's enemies. But there is nothing for which God more readily quarrels with men than for their pride. Whole nations are often ruined through the pride and obstinacy of their governors, and when Satan has got sinners to the brink of ruin, he exerts all his might in pushing them down headlong. The early engagement of children in the service of God is exceeding contrary to the inclinations and interests of Satan and his agents, but the proudest contemners of God's messengers will be obliged to stoop to them at last. Professions of repentance, extorted by punishment, are but hypocritical, and quickly issue in more obstinate relapses into wickedness, but such as baffle manifold convictions may expect to be given up to such hardness of heart that nothing but the flames of hell will impress or awaken their conscience. The effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. It often for a time diverts the just vengeance of God from his insolent enemies. The wicked need not therefore hasten the godly from among them, for if once a full separation be made, the former will be irrecoverably and inexpressibly miserable, and the last judgment of God will no longer tarry. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 11. Here 1. Moses threatened by Pharaoh, chapter 10 verse 28, boldly warns him that the death of all the firstborn of the Egyptians in one night would oblige him to dismiss the Hebrews in safety, but Pharaoh contemns his admonition, verses 4 to 10. 2. Before Moses gave this warning, or immediately after, he, by God's appointment, directs the Hebrews to ask of the Egyptians jewels of gold and silver. Verses 1 and 2. Verse 1, And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Verse 2, Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbour, and every woman of her neighbour, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. Verse 3, And the Lord gave the people favour in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. Explanatory note, verse 3, Moses was very great, was much honoured as one who could bring upon them fearful judgments and remove them at his pleasure. End of explanatory note. Verse 4, And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, About midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt. Explanatory note, verse 4, I will go out, manifest my powerful and just vengeance in an eminent and extensive manner. End of explanatory note. Verse 5, And all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. Verse 6, And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. Verse 7, But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. Explanatory note, verse 7. They shall not meet with the smallest opposition or disturbance in their departure from Egypt. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. Explanatory note. Verse 8. Moses' great anger manifested his detestation of Pharaoh's incurable obstinacy, and represented the terrible displeasure of God against him. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Verse 10. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Reflections. How extensive is the indignation of God! He has still in life one plague more to inflict, even death in sin and damnation to attend it. Of this the guilty sinner has now warning. May the goodness of God lead him to repentance, lest his righteousness be manifested in his awful judgment. Meanwhile, by increasing his strokes of wrath, he can force men to fulfill his gracious purposes and kind promises to his people, if they refuse to do it willingly, and will make his favourites perfectly safe, even in the midst of their enemies. Nay, he will effectually redress the grievances and repay the wages of his people in his own time and manner, and maintain the honour of his faithful servants, in despite of whatever hell and earth can do to oppose them. But what a bitter grief to the ministers of Christ is the hardness and obstinacy of sinners against the Lord and his Christ. And when sin is the object of our indignation, we may be angry and sin not. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 12 contains 1. The institution of the Hebrews' sacred year, verses 1 and 2. 2. The institution of the Passover for commemorating their deliverance, appointing the taking, killing, and roasting of the lamb, the sprinkling of the doorposts with its blood, the time and manner of eating it, pious conference thereat, and persons partaking, verses 3 to 14, verses 21 to 28, verses 43 to 50. 3. The institution of the Feast of Unleavened Bread on the 7 days following the Passover, verses 14 to 20. 4. God's slaying the firstborn of the Egyptians, while the Hebrews feasted themselves, forced Pharaoh and his courtiers to send away the Israelites, loaded as they were with Egyptian wealth, and in the very time which God had promised to Abraham. They march out in great order, and are attended by a mixed multitude, verses 29 to 42, verse 51. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, verse 2, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Explanatory note. Verse 2. The month Abib, which nearly corresponds to our March, was the 7th of the common year among Egyptians and others, all along, I suppose, from the creation, but was made the first of the Jewish sacred year, now established by God, according to which the ceremonial festivals were to be regulated, but they continued to reckon by the ancient year in their civil matters, and even the years of Jubilee and release began, in the ancient manner, about September, as then the crop was entirely off the ground. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. Explanatory note. Verse 3. Taking of the lamb 4 days before the time prevented their neglect, and stirred them up to the consideration of, and faith in, their approaching deliverance. End of explanatory note. Verse 4. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbour next unto his house take it, according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Explanatory note. Verse 4. Every family of these, so joined together, paid their respective share of the lamb's price. End of explanatory note. Verse 5. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats. Verse 6, And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. Explanatory note, verse 6. The lamb was killed between 3 o'clock in the afternoon and sunset. End of explanatory note. Verse 7. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the 2 side posts and on the upper doorpost of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. Verse 8. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roasted with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Explanatory note, verse 8. The bitter herbs were endive, succory, wild lettuce, thyme, or the like. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roasted with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. Verse 10. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. Explanatory note, verse 9. The word rendered raw signifies not thoroughly roasted. It was to be roasted all in one piece. End of explanatory note. Verse 10. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. Explanatory note, verse 10. They were to leave none of it, lest the Egyptians should abuse it, or themselves make a superstitious use of it. End of explanatory note. Verse 11. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. Explanatory note, verse 11. These circumstances imported their holding themselves in readiness to leave the country and march off, as the Lord's freemen. But these, as well as the taking of the lamb on the 10th day of the month, seem to have been required only with respect to the first celebration. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Verse 13. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Egypt. Verse 14. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. Explanatory note, verse 14. This feast was to be a joyful commemoration of their deliverance, observed every year and during the whole period of the ceremonial dispensation, until the death of Christ, thereby prefigured. End of explanatory note. Verse 15. 7 days ye shall eat unleavened bread, even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses, for whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. Explanatory note, verses 15 to 21. The feast of unleavened bread immediately succeeded the Passover. The Holy Convocation on the 15th day of the month commemorated their departure from Egypt, and that on the 21st commemorated their passage through the Red Sea, by which their wonderful deliverance was completed. End of explanatory note. Verse 16. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. Verse 17. And ye shall observe the feasts of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. Verse 18. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at even. Verse 19. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses, for whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Verse 20. Ye shall eat nothing leavened. In all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. Verse 21. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel, and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. Verse 22. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. Verse 23. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians, And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 sideposts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. Verse 24, And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. Verse 25, And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land which the Lord will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. Verse 26, And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? Verse 27, That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshipped. Explanatory note, verse 27, As offered to God and attended with the shedding and sprinkling of blood, the Passover was a sacrifice, but as received and eaten by men, it was also a sacrament. The Israelites bowed their heads in token of their thankful acknowledgement of God's favours and cheerful submission to his laws and ordinances. End of explanatory note. Verse 28, And the children of Israel went away and did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. Verse 29, And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, until the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the cattle. Verse 30, And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. Verse 31, And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up, and get ye forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve the Lord as ye have said. Verse 32, Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. Verse 33, And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We be all dead men. Verse 34, And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. Verse 35, And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. Verse 36, And the Lord gave the people favour in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. Verse 37, And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men besides children. Verse 38, And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. Verse 39, And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Verse 40, Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. Explanatory note, verse 40, These 430 years are to be reckoned from the call of Abraham to leave his native country, Genesis 11 verse 31 and chapter 12 verses 1 to 5, during the first half of which he and his promised seed sojourned in Canaan, and the other half they dwelt in the land of Egypt, Genesis 15 verse 13 and chapter 46. End of explanatory note. Verse 41, And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. Verse 42, It is a night much to be observed unto the Lord for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of the Lord to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. Verse 43, And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover, there shall no stranger eat thereof. Verse 44, But every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. Verse 45, A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof. Explanatory note, verses 43 and 45, No heathen or uncircumcised person was allowed to partake thereof. End of explanatory note. Verse 46, In one house shall it be eaten, thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. Verse 47, All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. Verse 48, And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. Verse 49, One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you. Verse 50, Thus did all the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. Verse 51, And it came to pass, the selfsame day, that the Lord did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. Reflections. Come near, my soul, and behold what the Lord hath wrought for Israel. He had multiplied them amidst cruel bondage and murder. He had protected them amidst ruinous plagues, and now, after a solemn feast, he brings them forth with wealth, with honour, in health, in peace, in order, and in due time. Behold what things he, who sitteth on the throne, makes new. A new year, new festivals, new liberties, a new nation to himself. Behold how their enemies push them into liberty, how they enrich them, and what a mixed multitude take part with them in their journey. Behold the care with which God distinguishes his people from the rest of the world. But chiefly behold God's great work of the redemption of mankind through the blood of his Son. Oh, the strong hand, the stretched out arm, the grace, the mercy, the sovereignty, the wisdom, the justice, the exact fidelity to his promise which appears in this. How are violated commandments, enraged devils, and mighty lusts made to let the ransomed of the Lord depart into liberty? With what spiritual wealth, what spoils of principalities and powers, nay, unsearchable riches and righteousness they come forth! In what high honour, spiritual soundness, peace, and order they are brought from heathenism or popery, nay, from their natural state of bondage and death in trespasses and sins, and all in the precious time of love, the day of espousals, the hour of grace, appointed of the Father. And how marvellously Jehovah here makes all things new! A new thing is created on the earth. A virgin brings forth a child, whose name is Emmanuel, God with us. A new testament is ratified in his blood. A new covenant is confirmed with many. A new gospel period, a year of God's redeemed, is introduced. New festivals on the flesh and blood of his Son. New liberties, freedom indeed for those who are made heirs of God and joint heirs with Christ. A new church of Jews and Gentiles, purified by his oblation, a peculiar people to himself, zealous of good works. But what a mixed multitude of empty professors attend and plague the church in every reformation on earth! What a multitude of remaining lusts and infirmities attend the choicest saints till they get to the Canaan above! In this Passover feast, let me behold how Jesus, the all-excellent, the mighty, the unblemished Son of God, who was set up from everlasting and promised and typified 4,000 years, in the fullness of time assumes our nature, partakes of flesh and blood, obeys the law, and suffers the most flaming and tremendous vengeance of God, without being crushed, broken, or ruined, and all this that he might be our all-sufficient and everlasting covert from the wrath of God, might be the means of destruction to sin, Satan, and death for us, and might, with unfeigned faith, sincere love, and bitter grief for sin, be fed upon by us in holy fellowship as the sweet, the heart-cheering, supporting, and strengthening food of our souls, by which we are enabled to go up from this evil world towards our everlasting inheritance in the Canaan above. And blessed be the Lord, we, strangers and foreigners, sinners of the Gentiles, are admitted to feast on him with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of God, while the Jewish children of the kingdom are cast out. In their feast of unleavened bread, may I not discern Jesus' state of debasement on earth, his week fulfilled in holiness, in sorrows, and in sufferings, on the first day of which he assumed his holy manhood, was gathered with sinners but without sin, and on the last of which he made his life a ransom for many. May I not discern the pure but afflicted state of the gospel church, in her apostolical and millennial periods, noted for holy convocations of men to the Lord? May I not discern the festival week of the Christian life, spent in purity and pressures, and noted for its first day of conversion to Christ, and its last day of departure, to be with him for evermore? Let me in it feed upon him as the uncorrupted nourishment of my soul, carefully avoiding and detesting the leaven of malice, hypocrisy, error, or corrupt practices. Let me in it improve Jesus as the blessed firstfruit unto God, which sanctified all my enjoyments, the cause and token of my deliverance into the glorious liberty of the gospel. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 13. Here we have 1. God's commands to Israel to devote the firstborn of man and beast to his service, and to inform their children that it was in remembrance of his preserving their firstlings when he destroyed all those of the Egyptians, verses 1, 2, 11 to 16, to observe the Passover and feast of unleavened bread in their seasons, and to inform their children that it was in memorial of his quick and powerful deliverance of them from their Egyptian bondage. 2. God's care of Israel in choosing their way and conducting them by a cloudy pillar, verses 17 to 22. 3. The Israelites' care of Joseph's bones in bringing them along with them, verse 19. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 2, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. Explanatory note, verse 2, the Lord's preservation of the Hebrews' firstborn when he destroyed those of the Egyptians gave him a peculiar right to them. End of explanatory note. Verse 3, And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out from the house of bondage, for by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. Verse 4, This day came ye out in the month Abib. Verse 5, And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in the month. Verse 6, 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord. Verse 7, Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there leaven be seen with thee in all thy quarters. Verse 8, And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which the Lord did unto me when I came out of Egypt. Verse 9, And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for a memorial between thine eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth, for with a strong hand hath the Lord brought thee out of Egypt. Explanatory note, verses 9 and 16. Their exact observation of those feasts and the dedication of their firstlings, together with the repeated explication of the meaning thereof to their children, would make their deliverance from Egypt as fresh and evident to them and their seed, as a thing hung or written on their foreheads. End of explanatory note. Verse 10, Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. Verse 11, And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee. Verse 12, That thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, and every firstling that cometh from a beast which thou hast, the males shall be the Lord's. Verse 13, And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shalt thou redeem. Explanatory note, verse 13, Unclean firstlings were either to be redeemed or else killed, that they might not be put to any other use than for the Lord. End of explanatory note. Verse 14, And it shall be when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What is this? That thou shalt say unto him, By strength of hand the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. Verse 15, And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all that openeth the matrix, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. Verse 16, And it shall be for a token upon thine hand, and for frontlets between thine eyes, for by strength of hand the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt. Verse 17, And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near, for God said, Lest peradventure the people repent when they see war, and they return to Egypt. Explanatory note, verse 17, The Philistines, who had originated from Lower Egypt, Genesis 10, verses 13 and 14, and dwelt in the southwest corner of Canaan, were a numerous, valiant, and fierce nation, whom the Hebrews, unarmed and quite dispirited by their long bondage, durst not have encountered. End of explanatory note. Verse 18, But God led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children of Israel went up harnessed out of the land of Egypt. Verse 19, And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones away hence with you. Verse 20, And they took their journey from Succoth, and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. Verse 21, And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. Verse 22, He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. Reflections. Never forget, O my soul, the great things which God has done for his church or for thyself in his common or special providence. Let me carefully observe every means of keeping them fresh on my mind, and let me teach them diligently unto my children, that they may hear and fear the Lord for their good. What the Lord marvellously brings to me or preserves for me, let me cheerfully surrender to his service at his call. The life he rescues from imminent danger should be doubly devoted to his service, and they who truly love God will readily serve him with the best they have. But if troubles and difficulties attend my path, conscious of my weakness and folly, let me trust in him who proportions his people's trials to their strength, and look up to him for direction in all my ways. In this pillar of cloud and fire I discern God's special care and protection of his people. Even while clouds and darkness are round about him, justice and judgment are the habitation of his throne, and mercy and truth go before his face. Do I not behold Jesus likewise given to be an ever-attending light and leader, as well as protector and glory, to his people in this wilderness world? Let me always follow his direction and example. So shall I in due time arrive safe at the promised Canaan which is above. And though the way in which he leads me be very contrary to the will and wisdom of the flesh, let me rest assured that it is a right one to the fulfilment of all his glorious promises of grace and glory. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 14. Here, 1. While the Hebrews, by God's direction, march to the southcast, Pharaoh, as God had warned Moses, pursues them with a powerful army to bring them back to their bondage, verses 1 to 9. 2. Shut in by the Red Sea before them, the Hebrews, overwhelmed with fear, chide with Moses for bringing them out of Egypt, but he encourages them quietly to hope for deliverance, verses 10 to 14. 3. While God, by his immediate power and his cloudy pillar, protects the rear of the Hebrew host, Moses, at his direction, divides the Red Sea by the stretching of his rod over it. Hereupon the Hebrews march through it on dry ground, but while the Egyptians attempt to pursue them, the waters return on and drown them, verses 15 to 29. 4. The Hebrews are at first much impressed with the miracle, believe God, and regard Moses as his agent, verses 30 and 31. Verse 1, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 2, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they turn and encamp before Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal-zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. 3. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They are entangled in the land, and wilderness hath shut them in. Verse 4, And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honoured upon Pharaoh and upon all his host, that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did so. Verse 5, And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people, and they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? Verse 6, And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. Verse 7, And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. Verse 8, And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of Israel, and the children of Israel went out with an high hand. Verse 9, But the Egyptians pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them, encamping by the sea, beside Pi-hahiroth, before Baal-zephon. Verse 10, And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them, and they were sore afraid, and the children of Israel cried out unto the Lord. Verse 11, And they said unto Moses, Because there were no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Egypt? Verse 12, Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. Verse 13, And Moses said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show you today. For the Egyptians, whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Verse 14, The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. Verse 15, And the Lord said unto Moses, Wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. Verse 16, But lift thou up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it, and the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. Verse 17, And I, behold, will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honour upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. Verse 18, And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gotten me honour upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. Verse 19, And the angel of God, which went before the camp of Israel, removed and went behind them, and the pillar of the cloud went from before their face, and stood behind them. Verse 20, And it came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel, and it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all the night. Verse 21, And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. Verse 22, And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Verse 23, And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. Verse 24, And it came to pass that in the morning watch the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptians. Verse 25, And took off their chariot wheels, that they drave them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, Let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fighteth for them against the Egyptians. Verse 26, And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. Verse 27, And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared, and the Egyptians fled against it, and the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. Verse 28, And the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. Verse 29, But the children of Israel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were as a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Verse 30, Thus the Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. Verse 31, And Israel saw that great work which the Lord did upon the Egyptians, and the people feared the Lord, and believed the Lord and his servant Moses. Reflections. God frequently musters up difficulties in the way of his people, that his glory may appear in subduing and helping over them. Often he feeds the pride and malice of his enemies by apparent prosperity, that he may ripen them for destruction, while with blind infatuation they quickly repent of their best deeds, and rush forward in their hatred of God and his people, till they find no place for repentance of their wickedness. What necessity there is to set out in the Lord's way with much strong faith, assured hope, and holy courage, as in it we may lay our account with many and great perplexities and troubles. Such as escape out of a sinful world may expect a hot pursuit from the devil and his servants, but he that brings us out with an high hand can bear us up with everlasting strength. In straits let me therefore never dare to chide my deliverer, or to think of returning to my bondage, but in patience possess my soul, hoping for his salvation. What he does I know not now, but I shall know hereafter. Sedateness in danger is the most likely means to extricate myself out of it, and to encourage my heart in God is the way not only to remove my fears, but to surmount my difficulties. However dangerous and dark the path be, if I go forward, God will take care of the event, and while the darkness of sin leads down to the darkness of eternal death, the light of grace will conduct me to eternal life and light and glory. What a present help is God in trouble, but how tremendous a foe! Who can stand before him, if once he be angry? Certain is their fall at last, who are found fighting against God. If the Lord has delivered me from so great a death, let my heart, not for a while only but forever, be kindly impressed with his mercy, and rejoice that Jesus has delivered and will deliver his church at the expense of her enemies. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 15. Here we have 1. The Song of Moses and his fellow Israelites, composed to commemorate their marvellous passage through the sea, in which they celebrate their deliverer in his relation to them and to their fathers, and in his unparalleled power, holiness, and majesty, in his marvellous work of destroying their enemies and delivering themselves, and in that which he would do in bringing them safely to Canaan, amidst the terror of their inhabitants and nations around. Verses 1 to 21. 2. Their travels begun in the wilderness, where they are distressed through want of water, and with bitter waters, which are sweetened, and where at Elim they meet with the most excellent refreshment. Verses 22 to 27. Verse 1. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously, the horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. Explanatory note. Verse 1. Several of the verbs in this song relating to their past deliverance are of the future tense in the original Hebrew, to intimate that it was but an earnest of many similar ones to the Jewish nation, and especially to the Gospel Church and her true members. Joshua chapters 6 to 21, Judges 3 verses 10 and 30, and chapter 4 verse 16, chapter 7 and 8, and chapter 11 verse 33. 1 Samuel 7 verses 10 to 13, and chapter 11 verse 11, and chapter 14 verses 13 to 23, and chapter 17 verses 51 and 52. 2 Samuel chapters 5, 8, and 10. 2 Chronicles chapter 14 and 20. Ezra chapters 1 and 2, Esther chapter 8 and 9, Acts chapters 2 to 19, Revelation 6 verses 13 to 17, chapters 15 to 19. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. The Lord is my strength and song, and he is become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Explanatory note. Verse 2. God is and gives to his people strength and matter of joy and praise. Moses foresaw that God would have a peculiar dwelling among the Jews in his tabernacle or temple. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Explanatory note. Verse 3. God is a man of war, as he powerfully protects his people and executes judgment upon their enemies. End of explanatory note. Verse 4. Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. Verse 5. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Verse 6. Thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, O Lord, hath dashed in pieces the enemy. Verse 7. And in the greatness of thine excellency thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble. Explanatory note. Verse 7. By manifold, glorious, and marvellous works God manifested his own infinite perfections. He consumed the Egyptians as stubble, easily, suddenly, utterly. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And with the blast of thy nostrils the waters were gathered together, the floods stood upright as an heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. Explanatory note. Verse 8. The strong wind which God raised made the waters to stand as still on either side of the passage, as if they had been mountains of ice. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil, my lust shall be satisfied upon them, I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. Verse 10. Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them, they sank as lead in the mighty waters. Verse 11. Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? Explanatory note. Verse 11. Holiness is, as it were, the beauty, comeliness, and glory of the Godhead, and every particular excellency of it, and the very perfections and works for which God is to be praised are awful and to be revered. End of explanatory note. Verse 12, Thou stretched out thy right hand, the earth swallowed them. Verse 13, Thou in thy mercy hast led forth the people which thou hast redeemed. Thou hast guided them in thy strength unto thy holy habitation. Verse 14, The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestina. Verse 15, Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Verse 16, Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of thine arm they shall be as still as a stone, till thy people pass over, O Lord, till the people pass over which thou hast purchased. Explanatory note, verses 14 to 16. All the nations about heard of God's delivering his people and destroying the Egyptians, and then, but especially afterwards, when the Israelites approached their territories, they were filled with terror and dread. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. Thou shalt bring them in, and plant them in the mountain of thine inheritance, in the place, O Lord, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have established. Explanatory note, verses 13 and 17. Canaan was a mountainous country, and is called God's inheritance, sanctuary, and holy habitation, because for 1,500 years of the typical dispensation, God chose it for the special residence of his worship and service. End of explanatory note. Verse 18, The Lord shall reign forever and ever. Verse 19, For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. Verse 20, And Miriam, the prophetess and sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. Verse 21, And Miriam answered them, Sing ye to the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. Explanatory note, verses 20 and 21. Perhaps Miriam is here called the sister of Aaron rather than of Moses, because she lived mostly with Aaron. She and her companions seem to have repeated the whole song after Moses and his brethren. End of explanatory note. Verse 22. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness, and found no water. Verse 23. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah. Verse 24, And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? Explanatory note, verse 24. To murmur against God is to conceive unworthy and hard thoughts of his nature, word, or works, or to utter them with our tongue. End of explanatory note. Verse 25, And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them. Explanatory note, verse 25. God there proved their faith and obedience, and published his statutes, promising them future favours on condition of their obedience. End of explanatory note. Verse 26. And said, If thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and wilt do that which is right in his sight, and wilt give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord that healeth thee. Explanatory note, verse 26. God heals and helps in every case respecting either soul or body, and delivers from all evils, felt or feared, whether spiritual, temporal, or eternal. End of explanatory note. Verse 27, And they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Reflections. Admire, my soul, the displayed perfections, the transcendent works, the fulfilled promises, the endearing relations of the Most High, how his feeble followers are encouraged and helped, how his proud opposers fall under him. Awake, awake, and utter this song of Moses and of the Lamb. Since the Lord hath brought me through fire and water to a goodly heritage, since he hath brought me out of a fearful pit, and out of the miry clay, let me believe his mighty works, and sing his praise. Let there be a new song in my heart and in my mouth, even praises to our God. Let my meditation of him be sweet, and let my soul, which he hath redeemed, rejoice in God my only Lord. With sweet astonishment, with heart-burning affection, and with enraptured joy, let me sing what Jehovah, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost have done and will do for me, what they have given and will give to men, to me, what they are and forever will be to men, to me, And while I go up through this wilderness world to my Canaan above, let me kindly accept the mixture of crosses and comforts which God allots to me. If parching thirst, if bitter gall succeed my noted deliverances, let me never once doubt of his love, never once fear that all things are against me. If I am dear to God, it is proper that he make me smart for my sin. If he loves me, let him not spare his rod of correction, which drives folly from my heart. If Jesus' presence sweeten my bitter draughts, it is enough. The cup which my Father giveth me, shall I not drink it? If Jehovah be my God, that healeth me, let him make me wounds all over, that I may feel his word, his blood, his spirit applied, and his hands binding up and making me whole. If I get Elim refreshments here, let me adore his sovereign kindness, but let my last march be to the river of life, clear as crystal, to the living fountains of waters, where God himself shall wipe all tears from mine eyes. Meanwhile, let me not be unaffected with the great deliverances which God hath wrought and shall work for his gospel church, with his destruction of her heathenish and anti-Christian enemies, while exercised herself with a vicissitude of embarrassing troubles and joyful deliverances. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 16 contains an account of God's victualling the camp of Israel. Here is 1, their outrageous murmuring for want of bread, verses 1 to 3. 2, while Moses sharply reproves their murmurs, God graciously promises them flesh and bread from heaven, verses 4 to 12. 3, quails and manna are sent for their provision, verses 13 to 15. 4, laws and orders are given concerning the manna, viz., that they should gather and eat it daily, that they should gather a double portion on the 6th day, but expect none upon the 7th, and that they should preserve a potful of it for a memorial, verses 16 to 36. Verse 1, And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came into the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. Verse 2, And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. Verse 3, And the children of Israel said unto them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Verse 4, Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my law or no. Explanatory note, verse 4, The manna fell from heaven in the manner of rain or dew, and by it God proved the Israelites, tried whether miraculous favours would induce them to an exact observation of his laws. End of explanatory note. Verse 5, And it shall come to pass, that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. Explanatory note, verse 5, It was the 6th day of the week on which the double portion of manna was gathered, but whether it was the 6th after the Hebrews murmured, and 6th of the fall of the manna, is not certain. End of explanatory note. Verse 6, And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, At even, then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. Verse 7, And in the morning then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord, and what are we that ye murmur against us? Verse 8, And Moses said, This shall be when the Lord shall give you in the morning flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that the Lord heareth your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. Verse 9, And Moses spake unto Aaron, Say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings. Verse 10, And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked towards the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. Explanatory note, verse 10, While the cloud marched before them into the wilderness, an extraordinary brightness appeared in it. End of explanatory note. Verse 11, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Verse 12. I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, At even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. Verse 13. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. Verse 14. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. Verse 15. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. Verse 16. This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. Explanatory note. Verse 16. Every man had about 5 English pints of it allotted him for his daily provision. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some more, some less. Verse 18. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. Explanatory note. Verse 18. The provision for a family was put into a common stock, and the master measured out to each his share. End of explanatory note. Verse 19. And Moses said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Explanatory note. Verse 19. To prevent a superstitious keeping of it, and to cause them always to trust in God for more, none of it was to be kept over the night. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them. Verse 21. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot it melted. Verse 22. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. Explanatory note. Verse 22. The rulers told Moses, observant of God's kindness, and that they might receive directions how to dispose of this double portion. End of explanatory note. Verse 23. And he said unto them, This is that which the Lord hath said, Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seethe that ye will seethe, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. Explanatory note. Verse 23. They might not dress manna on the Sabbath, as it required a great deal of labour to grind and bake it. Numbers 11 verse 8. End of explanatory note. Verse 24. And they laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. Verse 25. And Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field. Verse 26. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. Verse 27. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. Verse 28. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? Verse 29. See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath, therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Explanatory note. Verse 29. On the Sabbath no one was allowed to travel, except to the public worship of God, or about works of necessity and mercy. End of explanatory note. Verse 30. So the people rested on the 7th day. Verse 31. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. Verse 32. And Moses said, This is the thing which the Lord commandeth. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. Verse 33. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord, to be kept for your generations. Verse 34. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony, to be kept. Explanatory note. Verse 34. It was not till about 10 months after that this pot full of manna was laid up before the tables of the law on the foreside of the ark. End of explanatory note. Verse 35. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Verse 36. Now an omer is a 10th part of an ephah. Reflections. Our comfortable glances of prosperity on earth soon change and pass away, while fresh difficulties produce fresh murmurings, and discontent vilifies what it has, and magnifies what it loseth or desires. But how criminal to distrust God's goodness and power, to despair of mercy and life whenever we are brought into straits, and to murmur desperately after God hath wrought wonders for our relief. Observe, all abuse of his servants strikes against God himself, and noted displays of his glory shall effectually check the murmurs of presumptuous sinners, and vindicate the faithful messengers of Christ. But for the children of God to disquiet their minds about temporal necessities when their heavenly Father can with a word supply them with everything useful is both foolish and highly offensive. Bread shall be given to them, and their water shall be sure. So transcendent is his kindness that he bestows on wicked murmurers not only necessaries but even delicacies. Amidst prudent care and diligent activity to make provision for myself, it becomes me to beware of covetousness or sinful distrust, to live always contented with bare necessities for the time, and depend upon God for what may be needful hereafter. Never let any earthly gain prevent my sanctification of the Sabbath. If, from regard to its honour, I deny myself, the Lord of it will assuredly make up my loss, and be my exceeding great reward. But if the Lord hath showed me his great kindness, let me treasure it up in my heart for grateful remembrance through all my life. In this manner I contemplate Jesus the true bread, Jesus the bread of life. He is the free gift of God to murmuring and rebellious sinners, starving to eternal death. In the camp of the visible church he comes down from heaven in the dewy ordinances and offers of the gospel, early, daily, plentifully. Small and contemned by many and unknown to most, he is the divinely prepared, the mysterious, the pure, the sweet, the wholesome, the all-sufficient and all-suitable nourishment of our souls, which God liberally and constantly distributes to us, and which we ought early, earnestly, and daily to receive each for ourselves, and the more so as we approach towards the eternal state in which we shall have no further offers of his grace. And as he was bruised in the mortar and mill of his Father's indignation, and baked in the oven of his wrath, let me receive him into a wounded conscience and a broken heart, as the grand restorative and nourisher to eternal life. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 17 contains the history of God's watering the camp of Israel and his warring in their behalf. 1. Distressed with the murmurings of the people for want of water, Moses cries to God, who directs him to bring water out of a flinty rock by smiting it with his rod, verses 1 to 7. 2. Attacked by the Amalekites in their march, the Israelites, commanded by Joshua, encouraged by the elevation of Moses' rod as their banner and assisted by his prayers, defeat them and record their victory with the Lord's purpose of plaguing the Amalekites till they should be utterly destroyed, verses 8 to 16. Verse 1. And all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys according to the commandment of the Lord, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Verse 2. Wherefore the people did chide with Moses, and said, Give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt the Lord? Explanatory note, verse 2. The Israelites abused Moses with provoking and reproachful language. Men tempt the Lord, 1. By sinning wilfully, and thus putting him to the trial, whether he be omniscient, just, powerful, etc. Acts 5 verse 3. 2. By unnecessary rushing on visible dangers without any lawful call. Matthew 4 verses 6 and 7. 3. By a presumptuous demanding of miracles to try whether God can work them. Matthew 16 verse 1, Luke 11 verse 16. 4. By presumptuously prescribing to him when and how he should accomplish his promises and threatenings as the token of his presence with them. Psalm 78 verse 41. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. And the people thirsted there for water, and the people murmured against Moses, and said, Wherefore is this, that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? Verse 4. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. Verse 5, And the Lord said unto Moses, Go on before the people, and take with thee of the elders of Israel, and thy rod, wherewith thou smotest the river, take in thine hand, and go. Explanatory note. Verse 5, The elders of the people were to witness Moses bringing forth water from the rock, and to report it to the people. End of explanatory note. Verse 6, Behold, I will stand before thee, there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. Explanatory note. Verse 6, God stood above the rock in the pillar of cloud, the token of his presence, to show that it was his powerful influence, not Moses' stroke, that brought forth the water. This rock, it is reported, remains visible till this day as a kind of large stone with 12 or 24 openings in the valley of Rephidim. End of explanatory note. Verse 7, And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, Is the Lord among us or not? Verse 8, Then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim. Explanatory note. Verse 8, Whether these Amalekites were in league with the Egyptians, or were Canaanites or Edomites, or whether they attacked them merely for the sake of the riches they had brought out of Egypt, we know not. End of explanatory note. Verse 9, And Moses said unto Joshua, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in mine hand. Explanatory note. Verse 9, Moses stood upon the top of the hill in view of the Israelites, with his wonder-working rod lifted up as their banner, and as a token of the Lord's presence with and assistance of them. End of explanatory note. Verse 10, So Joshua did as Moses had said to him, and fought with Amalek, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Verse 11, And it came to pass, when Moses held up his hand, that Israel prevailed, and when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. Explanatory note. Verse 11, This different success, answerable to Moses' elevation of his hands and rod, marked the power and efficacy of prayer, and that they could do nothing but as God encouraged and strengthened them. End of explanatory note. Verse 12, But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. Explanatory note. Verse 12, This marked the human weakness of Moses, and that Christ, by his presence and spirit, must help our infirmities in prayer. End of explanatory note. Verse 13, And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. Verse 14, And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Explanatory note. Verse 14, Joshua was to hear it, as he and his successors, who commanded the armies of Israel, were to watch every opportunity of destroying the Amalekites. End of explanatory note. Verse 15, And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. Explanatory note. Verse 15, The design of this altar was to commemorate the victory divinely bestowed, and to offer sacrifices of thanksgiving thereupon. End of explanatory note. Verse 16, For he said, Because the Lord hath sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Reflections. The straits of the people of God frequently recur upon them, and how commonly do they afford occasion for repeated unbelief and a sinful rage of spirit under them, while the greatest kindnesses are forgotten or ill requited. Humble prayer is most effectual to compose the spirit under such injurious treatment. Did we then but recollect the circumstances of our sins, it would tend rather to our humiliation, and did we but wait with humble patience, we should soon discover that God can open the most abundant supplies in our greatest distresses. How heartily wicked men hate the saints, and take all opportunities to distress them! But terrible is the vengeance that awaits them on account of it. The prayers of the saints and the sword of Jehovah are effectual to accomplish their ruin. Let me then never murmur against, never distrust my God of infinite power and grace. Let me in every case cry to him who can turn flinty rocks into water springs. If I receive mercies amidst my provocations, I may expect new trials, but let me depend upon God in all my warfare, and praise him for all my victories. But in this smitten rock I behold Jesus, the firm, the unchangeable God, and mediator of his people, who, for our deserts of hell and damnation, appeared in our nature. Jesus, the stone smitten by Moses' fiery law before the rulers and people of Israel, that streams of atoning blood and sanctifying virtue might issue forth and run in this wilderness of our world for the purification and refreshment of sinful men. In this warfare I behold Jesus, my all in all, as the captain of salvation, directing the Lord's host. Jesus, the rod, the branch, lifted up as an ensign to the Gentiles. Jesus as my unwearied intercessor at the right hand of the Majesty on high. Jesus, through whom I am more than a conqueror, and who hath sworn that he will have war with the enemies of his people from generation to generation, till they be utterly destroyed. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 18 contains the history of the visit which Jethro paid to Moses, but whether before or after the giving of the law at Sinai I cannot certainly determine. 1. Jethro brings to Moses his wife and 2 sons from the land of Midian, verses 1 to 6. 2. Upon Moses' welcoming of them and rehearsal of what the Lord had done for Israel, Jethro rejoices, offers sacrifices of thanksgiving, and he and Moses, Aaron, and the elders of Israel feast upon them, verses 7 and 12. 3. Observing the burden which Moses took upon himself in judging the people, Jethro, with submission to the divine direction, advises him to appoint subordinate judges for the easier cases, and to reserve only the judgment of the more difficult to himself, verses 13 and 23. 4. Moses, directed of God, complies with this advice, verses 24 to 27. Verse 1. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for Israel his people, and that the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Verse 2. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back. Verse 3. And her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. Verse 4. And the name of the other was Eleazar, for the God of my fathers, said he, was mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Verse 5. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife unto Moses into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of God. Verse 6. And he said unto Moses, I, thy father-in-law Jethro, am come unto thee, and thy wife and her 2 sons with her. Verse 7. And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. Explanatory note, verses 6 and 7. Jethro sent a messenger to inform Moses of his coming, and Moses hereupon went to meet him. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done unto Pharaoh, and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how the Lord delivered them. Verse 9. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which the Lord had done to Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. Verse 10. And Jethro said, Blessed be the Lord, who hath delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who hath delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Verse 11. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly he was above them. Explanatory note, verse 11. Even in the Egyptians' haughty and insolent detaining of his people Israel, imagining it impossible for their God to deliver them, he showed himself infinitely their superior in wisdom and might. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for God, and Aaron came, and all the elders of Israel, to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. Explanatory note, verse 12. They feasted before God, near to the symbol of his presence in the cloud, or on the mount, and in holy awe of him, and as in his sight. End of explanatory note. Verse 13. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening. Verse 14. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that thou doest to the people? Why sittest thou thyself alone, and all the people stand by thee from morning unto even? Verse 15, And Moses said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of God. Verse 16, When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of God and his laws. Verse 17, And Moses' father-in-law said unto him, The thing that thou doest is not good. Verse 18, Thou wilt surely wear away both thou and this people that is with thee, for this thing is too heavy for thee. Thou art not able to perform it thyself alone. Explanatory note, verses 17 and 18. What thou doest is not convenient either for thyself or the people. This tedious attendance will destroy thine own health and theirs. End of explanatory note. Verse 19, Hearken now unto my voice, I will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thou for the people to Godward, that thou mayest bring the causes unto God. Explanatory note, verse 19, I make no doubt but God will bless thee in following the course to which I advise. End of explanatory note. Verse 20, And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Explanatory note, verse 20, Thou shalt deliver and explain to them God's laws, which they may apply to their particular cases and occasions. End of explanatory note. Verse 21, Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. Explanatory note, verse 21, Men of understanding, courage, piety, candour, faithfulness, and honesty, and who will discourage every wicked thing. End of explanatory note. Verse 22, And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for thyself, and they shall bear the burden with thee. Verse 23, If thou shalt do this thing, and God command thee so, then thou shalt be able to endure, and all this people shall also go to their place in peace. Verse 24, So Moses hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. Verse 25, And Moses chose able men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. Verse 26, And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. Verse 27, And Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Reflections. It is highly becoming that professed saints should mark every turn of providence that befalls them, and in a dependence on God as their help, reckon themselves strangers on earth, and that they should inquire after and rejoice in one another's welfare. It is necessary that, if married persons part for a time, they should meet again with the first conveniency, that they may share in one another's honours and comforts, as well as in their troubles, and that children should be as much as possible under the immediate inspection of religious parents, when great honours from God are attended with due humility towards men, and when such as have seen much of the Lord's goodness readily communicate their experiences to their friends, especially when meeting together, they chiefly converse concerning the things of God, and sanctify their mutual friendship with joint prayer and praise. It is both pleasing and instructive. Those in office should always execute the same with fidelity and condescension, even to such as have deserved their disregard, and prefer public business to private civilities. But how profitable is wisdom to direct in everything, that we may not overdo even in well-doing. Good counsel is helpful even to the wisest, and proper assistance to the ablest, in office, and will be readily embraced by such as are wise and prudent. With great care and conscience should persons be chosen to offices of government, either in church or state, that none may be admitted but such as are able men, men of truth, fearing God and hating covetousness, and dreadful is their guilt who help or hold in ignorant and profane persons to the dishonour of God and the hurt of his people. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 19 contains an account of the preparations for God's giving of the law at Mount Sinai. 1. On the 45th or 47th day of their departure from Egypt, the Israelites arrive at the place, verses 1 and 2. 2. God by Moses proposes to them the terms of their covenant relation to him, and they too boldly accept them, verses 3 to 8. 3. Notice being given that on the third day God intended to publish his law, orders for preparing the people to receive it are issued and carefully executed, verses 9 to 15. 4. A most terrible appearance of the glory of God is exhibited on Mount Sinai, verses 16 to 20. 5. The people are charged to observe a respectful distance while God speaks to them, verses 21 to 25. Verse 1. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they unto the wilderness of Sinai. Verse 2. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount. Verse 3. And Moses went up unto God, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. Explanatory note, verse 3. Moses went up to the presence of God, where the cloud rested on Sinai 9 or 10 different times, verses 7, 8, 10, 14, 20, 21, 25, chapter 20 verse 21, and chapter 24 verses 3, 12, 13, 15, 18, and chapter 32 verses 7, 15, and 30, and chapter 33 verses 6, 7, and 21, and chapter 34 verses 2, 29, and 34. End of explanatory note. Verse 4. Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Explanatory note, verse 4. This speech was to prepare them to receive God's covenant, now to be proposed unto them. A like one is used at the renovation of the covenant, Deuteronomy 29 verse 2. To be borne on eagle's wings is to be borne above all difficulties and in spite of all opposition. End of explanatory note. Verse 5. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. Verse 6. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. Explanatory note, verse 6. They were priests, separated to God's worship and service, and warranted to come near unto his presence. They were an holy nation by profession, covenant, and separation to God's service. End of explanatory note. Verse 7. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which the Lord commanded him. Verse 8. And all the people answered together, and said, All that the Lord hath spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. Explanatory note, verse 8. This they promised too rashly, not considering the extent, spirituality, and strictness of the holy law, or their own weakness, and hence, when the law was published, they fled away for terror. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord. Explanatory note, verses 8 and 9. Moses, being a typical mediator between God and the people, reported the words of the one to the other. End of explanatory note. Verse 10. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes. Verse 11. And be ready against the 3rd day, for the 3rd day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. Verse 12. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall be surely put to death. Explanatory note, verses 10 and 12. They were to prepare themselves by inwardly laying aside carnal affection and worldly cares, and by keeping their hearts in a holy frame, and outwardly by washing their clothes. The design of this was to render them sensible of their vileness and weakness, and their need of a mediator. Galatians 3 verse 19. End of explanatory note. Verse 13. There shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through, whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. Explanatory note, verse 13. By the ministration of angels, a trumpet, in the manner of thunder, was sounded in the air, and whenever it gave a long continued sound, the Hebrews were to approach as near to the mount as they durst, in order to hear the law proclaimed. End of explanatory note. Verse 14. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. Verse 15. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day, come not at your wives. Explanatory note, verse 15. All carnal cares and affections were to be laid aside, that their minds might be wholly intent on hearing the law. End of explanatory note. Verse 16. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. Explanatory note, verse 16. The thunders, lightnings, fire, and smoke were intended to awake their attention in hearing the law, to promote their careful observance of it, and to manifest how dangerous it was to be under it as a covenant. The thick cloud signified the invisible, awful, and incomprehensible nature of God, and the obscurity of the legal dispensation of the covenant of grace. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. Verse 18. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. Explanatory note, verse 18. God's descent meant his manifesting the signs of his glorious presence. End of explanatory note. Verse 19. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. Explanatory note, verse 19. God answered Moses by a voice distinct, plain, and audible, which all the people might hear. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mount, and the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. Verse 21. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. Explanatory note, verses 21 and 23. Vain curiosity is forbidden, that we may learn to live by faith and not by sight, and to be humble. Their dullness and hardness of heart made repeated warnings necessary, and they were commanded to hold the very mountains sacred, because of God's presence. This might also signify that the law rather excludes men from God on account of their sins, than justifies or gives them life. End of explanatory note. Verse 22. And let the priests also, which come near to the Lord, sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. Explanatory note, verse 22. Some think these priests were the firstborn, but there is no evidence that birthright invested with any such office. They were persons, probably the most excellent, chosen by Moses for offering sacrifices, till God should assign that work to Aaron and his sons. End of explanatory note. Verse 23. And Moses said unto the Lord, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, and said, Set bounds about the mount, and sanctify it. Verse 24. And the Lord said unto him, Away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee, but let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. Verse 25. So Moses went down unto the people, and spake unto them. Reflections. Infinitely gracious and undeserved are the favours of God to men, but peculiarly kind his care of his people, and great the honour he bestows upon them. His condescension is most astonishing in admitting them into covenant with himself, his requirements most reasonable, and surely his distinguishing kindness ought to promote our cheerful obedience. But how apt are men to be hasty in promising obedience, and backward in performing it. Serious preparation for solemn intercourse with God is necessary and becoming, and a careful respect to every disposition and deportment of body, soul, and spirit. Never, O my soul, presumptuously intrude into those secrets over which God hath cast a veil. Never hazard thy life by pushing over the bounds which he hath set for thy good. Let me have nothing to do with his fiery law, but, as it is fulfilled by Christ as a covenant, and issued forth by him as a rule, let me always approach unto his presence with reverence and godly fear, and never let vain curiosity, but humble faith and holy love, attend me in all my concerns with him. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 20 contains 1. God's public sermon to all the Israelites, including a solemn and gracious grant of himself to be their God, and an extensive law of 10 commandments, directing and obliging them to accept this grant and regularly to improve it in the performance of every duty towards God and man. Verses 1 to 17. 2. the beginning of his private discourse to Moses, whom the terrified Israelites had requested to be as an intermessenger or mediator between God and them. In it, idols were discharged, the erection of altars of earth and stone is regulated, together with a gracious promise of God's special presence in his own ordinances. Verses 18 to 26. Verse 1. And God spake all these words, saying. Explanatory note. Verses 1 to 17. Concerning this law, it is evident, 1. That it was immediately published by God himself in the hearing of all Israel. 2. That every command is delivered in the singular number, that every one may take it home to himself. 3. And to mark that God's grant of himself to men as their God and Redeemer is the foundation of all gospel obedience, it is frequently repeated, verses 25, 7, 10, 12, and in Leviticus 18 and 19, it is connected with almost every particular command. The rules for the right understanding of these commandments, and the particular duties required, and the sins forbidden in each, being so fully exhibited in the Assembly's larger and shorter catechisms, with the various expositions thereof, it is sufficient to refer to these. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Verse 3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Verse 5. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Verse 6. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and keep my commandments. Verse 7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Verse 9. 6 days shalt thou labour and do all thy work. Verse 10. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger that is within thy gates. Verse 11. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Verse 12. Honour thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Verse 13. Thou shalt not kill. Verse 14. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Verse 15. Thou shalt not steal. Verse 16. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour. Verse 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbour's. Verse 18. And all the people saw the thunderings, and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountains smoking, and when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. Verse 19. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. Verse 20. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. Explanatory note. Verse 20. Let not slavish fear make you to neglect your duty, for God is come to prove whether you be sincere or hypocritical. End of explanatory note. Verse 21. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. Verse 22. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Verse 23. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. Verse 24. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice there on thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. Verse 25. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Explanatory note. Verses 24 and 25. These altars of turf and stone were only to be used for the present, before that of brass was made, or on extraordinary occasions, and were always to be most simple and unlike to those of the heathens. End of explanatory note. Verse 26. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Reflections. Now, my soul, let my religious principles and my whole practice follow the order of this divine sermon. Let the leading articles of my knowledge and belief be that God, as in Christ, giveth himself to me in the gospel promise, for my God, my Redeemer, and my all in all, and let my leading exercise be to receive him as such. Let his being Jehovah, my God and Redeemer, be the foundation, the great reason and motive of all that I do. Influenced by this, let me renounce and detest every idol which robs him of his honour, or me of my enjoyment of him. Let me embrace every instituted ordinance as coming from my God, and observe it in the nearest fellowship with him. Having received Jehovah as my God, let me have grace from him to serve him with reverence and godly fear. Copying after his pattern and desiring the enjoyment of him as my chief good, let me observe the appointed seasons of intercourse with him. Let me regard relations and property among men as the constitutions of my God, and in all my dealings with them let me act as a possessor of God, that needs nothing in an unlawful manner, and as a cordial imitator of God who is gracious and merciful, long-suffering and abundant in holiness, righteousness, goodness, and truth. But, having tasted the terrors of a broken law and an angry God, let me rejoice that, without my request, I have one mediator between God and me, the man Christ Jesus. Detesting every species of false worship, let me rejoice that Jesus, the fruit of the earth, Jesus, the chosen stone, is my all-sanctifying altar, on which I must present all my services before God, and my unfailing security for the presence of God in ordinances, and God forbid that I should disgrace him with any light, licentious, or injurious behaviour. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 21 contains an explicatory appendix to the 5th and 6th commandments recorded in the preceding chapter. Here we have judicial laws, 1. Regulating the release or retention of Hebrew bondservants, verses 1 to 11. 2. Laws regulating the punishment of murderers, verses 12 to 14. Of smiters and cursers of parents, verses 15 and 17. Of men stealers, verse 16. Of strikers of neighbours, verses 18, 19, 24 and 25. Of unmerciful strikers of servants, verses 20, 21, 26 and 27. Of such as hurt women with child, verses 21 and 23. Of pushing oxen and masters who wilfully keep them, verses 28 to 32. Of such as endanger others by leaving pits open or keeping oxen addicted to fighting, verses 33 to 36. Verse 1. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. Verse 2. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. Explanatory note. Verse 2. 1. An Hebrew might sell himself or his children in extreme poverty, Deuteronomy 15 verse 12, Leviticus 25 verse 39, Nehemiah 5 verse 5. 2. Magistrates might sell a person for theft, chapter 22 verse 3. 3. He might be sold by his creditors for debt, 2 Kings 4 verse 1, Matthew 18 verse 25. To such bondservants, masters often gave heathen maidslaves as a kind of wives or concubines to beget other slaves. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. Verse 4. If his master have given him wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. Verse 5. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Verse 6. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges, he shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Verse 7. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. Verse 8. If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation he shall have no power, seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her. Verse 9. And if he hath betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. Verse 10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. Verse 11, and if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. Verse 12, he that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. Verse 13, and if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. Verse 14, but if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbour to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar, that he may die. Verse 15, and he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. Verse 16, and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Verse 18, and he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. Verse 18, and if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed. Verse 19, if he rise again, and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit, only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. Verse 20, and if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Verse 21, notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. Verse 22, if men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. Verse 23, and if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life. Verse 24, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Verse 25, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Verse 26, and if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. Verse 27, and if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. Verse 28, if an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. Verse 29, but if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it hath been testified to his owner, and he hath not kept him in, but that he hath killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. Verse 30, if there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Verse 31, whether he have gored a son, or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. Verse 32, if the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. Verse 33, and if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, verse 34, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. Verse 35, and if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Verse 36, or if it be known that the ox hath used a push in times past, and his owner hath not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. Reflections. How just, gracious, and condescending must God, the giver of these laws, be! How mindful of the welfare of mankind, how profitable to be his voluntary servants! His providence extends even to that which appears accidental, and he exercises the most exact care to preserve the innocent, and at the same time punish the guilty. Let me therefore take heed that neither I, nor what pertains to me, prove hurtful to my neighbour or to his property. Suppose no laws of men can punish me, the vengeance of God can overtake me. Let me rather, as an elect vessel, put on bowels of mercy and long-suffering, put on charity, which is the bond of perfectness. Meanwhile, in those voluntary bondservants, may I behold Jesus, the only begotten Son of God, from love to his Father, from love to his chosen people, solemnly surrendering himself to be his Father's bondservant in our stead, till he should finish the whole obedience and suffering due from us, and to be his honorary servant forever, for our good, that he might bestow upon us all his unsearchable blessings in time and eternity. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 22 contains 1. Laws relating to the 8th commandment, regulating the punishment of theft, verses 1 to 4, grazing in other men's vineyards or fields, verse 5, willful or careless raising of fire, verse 6, losing or hurting of things entrusted, verses 7 to 13, borrowed, verses 14 and 15. 2. Laws connected with the 7th command for the punishment of fornication and bestiality, verses 16, 17, and 19. 3. Laws akin to the 5th command, as of kindness to strangers, widows, and fatherless, verses 21 to 24, of lending money to the poor and taking pledges from them, verses 25 to 27, and of reverent speaking concerning rulers, verse 28. 4. Laws akin to the 1st and 2nd commands, viz. Of punishing witchcraft and forbidding idolatry, undue delay of offering the firstfruits and eating the flesh of animals torn by beasts, verses 20 and 28 to 31. Verse 1. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. Verse 2. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die, there shall be no blood shed for him. Verse 3. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. Verse 4. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. Verse 5. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. Verse 6. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field, be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. Verse 7. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbour money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. Verse 8. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbour's goods. Verse 9. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any other manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbour. Verse 10. If a man deliver unto his neighbour an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast, to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, verse 11, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, that he hath not put his hand unto his neighbour's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. Verse 12. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. Verse 13. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. Verse 14. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbour, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. Verse 15. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. Verse 16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. Verse 17. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Verse 18. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Verse 19. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. Verse 20. He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Verse 21. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Verse 22. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. Verse 23. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. Verse 24. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. Verse 25. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. Verse 26. If thou at all take thy neighbour's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down. Verse 27. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. Verse 28. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Verse 29. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Explanatory note, verse 29. The proportion of the firstfruits was between the 40th and 60th part of the increase. By giving this, they acknowledged themselves the Lord's tenants, and thus their crop was sanctified. These firstfruits also typified Jesus Christ and his people, who are dedicated to God and bring blessings on mankind. End of explanatory note. Verse 30. Likewise thou shalt do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam, on the 8th day thou shalt give it to me. Verse 31. And ye shall be holy men unto me, neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field, ye shall cast it to the dogs. Reflections. Behold how the righteous Lord loveth righteousness, and beholdeth the upright with a pleasant countenance. Let therefore the grace revealed in the gospel teach me to deny ungodliness and worldly lusts, and to live soberly, righteously, and godly in this present world, rendering unto God and men their respective dues. If God be my portion, all covetousness, injustice, and infidelity should be far from my heart and hand. If God be my pleasure, never should I wallow in fleshly lusts, or render others disgraced or miserable by my means. If God be my new covenant husband and Lord, I should, as under the sweetest and strongest obligations, resist the devil and detest his influence. Let me therefore honour Jehovah with due worship, and with the firstfruits of all my increase, and regard magistrates as his deputies on earth, who are bound in the most exact manner to punish crimes against God or men. If God be my pattern, let me prepare of his goodness for the poor. It is more blessed to give than to receive. While I have new covenant provision, let my soul never live on what is corrupt, or can be torn from me, but, despising the blessings of earth, show myself fully satisfied with the rich provisions of divine grace. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 23. We have here the rest of the laws divinely intimated to Moses on his full ascent to the mount. 1. Laws of general obligation to all mankind, viz. Laws against slander, bearing false witness, unjust judgment, and bribery, a common cause thereof, verses 1 to 3 and 6 to 8. For kindness to enemies and strangers, verses 4, 5, and 9. For observation of the weekly Sabbath, verse 12. 2. Laws peculiar to the Jews, viz. To observe every 7th year as a sacred year of release, verses 10 and 11. To observe the yearly feast of the Passover, and its attending feast of unleavened bread, and of Pentecost, and of tabernacles, verses 14 to 17. To bring the firstfruits to the Lord's tabernacle or temple, verse 19, and to avoid mentioning the names of idols, verse 13. Offering leaven with the blood of sacrifices, or boiling of kids or lambs in their mother's milk, verses 18 and 19. 3. Gracious promises of God's conducting the obedient Hebrews into Canaan, verses 20 to 24, blessing their substance, verses 25 and 26, putting them into the possession of the whole country, from whence it behoved them to extirpate the native inhabitants and their idols, verses 27 to 33. Verse 1. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Explanatory note, verse 1. They were neither to invent a slander nor to receive or report it, but to discourage and reprove every spreader of it. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. Explanatory note, verse 2. Neither the counsel or example of multitudes in evil is to be followed, nor must either parties, friends, judges, witnesses, or vulgar opinions move us to lessen great faults, aggravate small ones, vindicate offenders, accuse the innocent, or misrepresent anything to procure an unjust sentence. End of explanatory note. Verse 3. Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. Verse 4. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. Verse 5. If thou see an ass of him that hateth thee, lying under his burden, and wouldst forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. Verse 6. Thou shalt not wrest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Verse 7. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked. Explanatory note, verses 3, 6, and 7. In judgment, none must be favoured, either for their poverty or their wealth. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise, and perverteth the words of the righteous. Explanatory note, verse 8. Bribes corrupt the mind of judges, and make them, though visible and ordinarily upright, to judge unjustly. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Verse 10. And 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. Verse 11. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest, and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beast of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard, and with thy oliveyard. Explanatory note, verse 11. The design of this rest of their land was to teach them that they and their land were the Lord's. This year of release, as well as their weekly Sabbaths and their jubilees, were typical of the gospel, the new covenant, and the eternal rest. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. Verse 13. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. Verse 14. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Verse 15. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Verse 16. And the feast of harvest, the firstfruits of thy labours which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labours out of the field. Explanatory note, verses 15 and 16. The feast of unleavened bread was in March, the feast of harvest, weeks, or Pentecost at Whitsunday, the feast of ingathering or tabernacles in September. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. Explanatory note, verse 17. Women were not required, but they might attend their solemn feasts if they pleased. End of explanatory note. Verse 18. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. Verse 19. The first of the firstfruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Explanatory note, verse 19. This taught them to detest cruelty and any imitation of idolatrous rites. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee, to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Explanatory note, verse 20. Christ, the angel of the covenant. End of explanatory note. Verse 21. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. Verse 22. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries. Verse 23. For mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Verse 24. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. Verse 25. And ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. Verse 26. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. Explanatory note, verse 26. Fulfill in granting thee long life and prosperity. End of explanatory note. Verse 27. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. Verse 28. And I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. Verse 29. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beast of the field multiply against thee. Verse 30. But little by little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land. Verse 31, And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Explanatory note, verse 31. Had they been obedient, they would all along have possessed this whole territory, but for their sin they were deprived of a great part of it, except in the days of David and Solomon. End of explanatory note. Verse 32. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. Verse 33. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee sin against me, for if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee. Reflections. Think, O my soul, have I taken heed to my ways, that I might not sin with my tongue? Have I always acted with conscience and impartiality in all my conduct? Have I always spoken only the truth, and that in due season, and with a good intent? Have I been a hater of bribery and all perverting of justice? Have I entertained strangers, done good to mine enemies, and prayed for them that despitefully use me? Do I in all things acknowledge God, the giver of my mercies? Am I careful to keep his Sabbaths, and to observe every instituted opportunity of fellowship with him? Are even his most circumstantial laws hidden in my heart? While I thus seriously examine myself, endeavour to conform myself to his will, and lament my infirmities and failings, let me rejoice that Jesus, the angel of the covenant, will safely lead me through this wilderness world to the promised Canaan above, where no accursed inhabitant shall ever molest me, nor idols deceive me. Meanwhile, let him put out my inward corruptions and the enemies of his people by little and little, and let me keep myself from idols and from voluntary intimacy with wicked men, cheerfully obeying his gracious voice, that I may not feel the rod of his chastisement, but in all my ways rejoice in his presence, blessing, and protection. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 24. Having received from God the laws mentioned in the end of the 20th and in the 2 following chapters, 1. Moses comes down and repeats them to the people who consent thereto, verses 1 to 3. 2. He writes them in a book and reads them to the people, who again declare their consent to them, and then by sacrifice and sprinkling of blood ratifies the covenant between God and them according to the tenor of those laws, verses 4 to 8. 3. As directed of God, Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, with 70 elders of Israel, ascend part of the mount and their feast within view of the manifested glory of God, verses 9 to 12. 4. Moses, attended part of the way by Joshua, ascends to the top of the mount and remains there with God 40 days, verses 13 to 18. Verse 1, And he said unto Moses, Come up unto the Lord, thou, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. Verse 2, And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. Verse 3, And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice, and said, All the words which the Lord hath said will we do. Verse 4, And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Explanatory note, verse 4, The altar represented God, the chief party in the covenant, and the 12 stony pillars, the tribes of Israel, as having hard and stony hearts. End of explanatory note. Verse 5, And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. Verse 6, And Moses took half of the blood, and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. Verse 7, And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people, and they said, All that the Lord hath said will we do, and be obedient. Verse 8, And Moses took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord hath made with you, concerning all these words. Explanatory note, verses 6 to 8, The sprinkling of the blood on the altar, the book, the young men, the elders, and the pillars which represented the people, denoted the satisfaction of God's perfections, the fulfilment of the broken law, and the purification of men's consciences by the blood of Jesus. Hence, in verses 9 and 10, God, perhaps in human shape, appears as smiling on them, and they, with comfort and safety, feast in his presence. End of explanatory note. Verse 9. Then went up Moses, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. Verse 10. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. Verse 11. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw God, and did eat and drink. Verse 12. And the Lord said unto Moses, Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stone, and a law, and commandments which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. Verse 13. And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua, and Moses went up into the mount of God. Verse 14. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you, and behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. Verse 15. And Moses went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. Verse 16. And the glory of the Lord abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. Explanatory note, verse 16. In these 6 days Moses is prepared to receive new commandments, as the people were in 3 days prepared for hearing the law. End of explanatory note. Verse 17. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel. Verse 18. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud, and gat him up into the mount, and Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Reflections. One instance of fellowship with God ensures and prepares for another more remarkable, while believers are allowed to come even to his seat. For this purpose his oracles are revealed, and his ordinances dispensed to us. But how many rashly consent to God's covenant, and resolve on duty, who in the issue prove very unsteadfast. Let me then bless the Lord that our new covenant is made with all the elect, however hard-hearted in themselves, and that it is a new testament in Christ's blood. His finished atonement hath glorified his Father's perfections to the highest, hath magnified the law, and pacifies and purges our conscience from dead works. By these means I am determined to receive his words into my heart, as indeed the word of God, since I am allowed the clear and amiable displays of a reconciled God, while in his presence I feast on the flesh and blood of his Son. But behold, likewise, how my Redeemer, having fulfilled the law, and by himself purged away our sins, ascends into the hill of God, sits down on the right hand of the Majesty in the heavens, and thence in due time he will return without sin unto salvation. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 25 contains 1. God's demand of a voluntary collection from the Hebrews for the erecting of a tabernacle or tent for his residence among them, verses 1 to 9. 2. His directions how to frame 1. An ark or chest for holding the tables of his law, covered with a mercy seat, whence God, from between the cherubims, might converse with Israel, verses 10 to 22. 2. A table for holding the 12 loaves of showbread, verses 23 to 30. 3. A golden candlestick for illuminating the outer apartments of the sanctuary, all according to models shown to Moses, verses 31 to 40. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, explanatory note, verse 1. These and other ceremonial institutes are minutely described because they flowed from the mere will of God. They were described of great and important things, and were to be strictly observed in the adoration of a God jealous with respect to his own worship. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. Speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. Verse 3. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them, gold and silver and brass. Verse 4. And blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair. Verse 5. And ram's skins dyed red, and badger's skins and shittim wood. Verse 6. Oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense. Verse 7. Onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, and in the breastplate. Verse 8. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. Explanatory note, verse 8. While this tabernacle was a sign of God's presence with and protection of his people, it was a type, 1. Of Christ's person. Hebrews 8 verse 2. 2 of the gospel church, the habitation of God by his Spirit, 2 Corinthians 6 verse 16. 3 of every Christian in whose heart God dwells, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 16 and 6 verse 19. 4 of the new covenant and heavenly state, Isaiah 66 verse 1, and according to these different significations may the furniture thereof be understood in different views. End of explanatory note. Verse 9, according to all that I show thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. Verse 10, and they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. Explanatory note. Verse 10, the ark was the chief of all the sacred furniture, which peculiarly sanctified the tabernacle, and for which it was principally made. End of explanatory note. Verse 11, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shalt make upon it a crown of gold round about. Verse 12, and thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof, and 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. Verse 13, and thou shalt make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. Verse 14, and thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. Verse 15, the staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. Verse 16, and thou shalt put into the ark the testimony which I shall give thee. Explanatory note. Verse 16, the 2 tables of stone upon which the law was written are called the testimony, because they witnessed the covenant between God and the people, testified what God required of them, and testified against them if they observed it not. End of explanatory note. Verse 17, and thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. Explanatory note. Verse 17, the lid or mercy seat placed between the tables of the law and the Shekinah, or cloudy symbol of the divine presence, denoted Jesus' atonement, which answers to all the demands of the law, and interposes between it and Jehovah, that he may deal mercifully with us in Christ. End of explanatory note. Verse 18, and thou shalt make 2 cherubims of gold, of beaten work shalt thou make it, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. Explanatory note. Verse 18, the cherubims signified angels as prying into the mysteries of redemption, and ministering to Christ and his people, or ministers as founded on Christ, admiring his work, and attending on God and his service. End of explanatory note. Verse 19, and make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end, even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. Verse 20, and the cherubims shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubims be. Verse 21, and thou shalt put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee. Verse 22, and there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I will give thee in commandment unto the children of Israel. Verse 23, thou shalt also make a table of shittim wood, 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. Explanatory note. Verse 23, this table typified Christ as having all fullness in him, and supporting and presenting before God all his people, and also the gospel church and the ordinances of it. End of explanatory note. Verse 24, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. Verse 25, and thou shalt make unto it a border of an handbreadth round about, and thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. Verse 26, and thou shalt make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Verse 27, over against the border shall the rings be, for places of the staves to bear the table. Verse 28, and thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. Verse 29, and thou shalt make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover withal, of pure gold shalt thou make them. Verse 30, and thou shalt set upon the table showbread before me always. Verse 31, and thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work shall the candlestick be made, his shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers. shall be of the same. Explanatory note, verse 31. This candlestick typified Christ himself or his gospel church and ordinances thereof. End of explanatory note. Verse 32. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. Verse 33. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knop and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knop and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. Verse 34. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knops and their flowers. Verse 35. And there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Verse 36. Their knop and their branches shall be of the same, all of it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. Verse 37. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. Verse 38. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Verse 39. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it with all these vessels. Verse 40. And look that thou make them after their pattern, which was showed thee in the mount. Reflections. Since, in deep compassion to human poverty, Jehovah hath freely taken upon himself the whole expense of the work of redemption, the infinite expense of raising up a Saviour, erecting a church, and preparing a new covenant and an heavenly state, as means of his residence amongst us, since he has made Jesus an ark for holding and fulfilling his law, a propitiatory or mercy seat, whence, to the everlasting astonishment of angels and men, and by their ministration, he may declare his oracles, promises, and laws, a table to feed his people, and on which the tribes of the redeemed are, in their successive generations, safely and honourably presented before God, and a light to his church by his word and spirit, may thousands more, be the willing members of his church. Let us surrender ourselves and all that we have, whether more or less valuable, to the service of Christ. Following with care the prescriptions of heaven, let us come boldly to the throne of his grace, and commune with our God. Let us feast from day to day, especially from one Sabbath to another, upon Jesus, the bread indeed, Jesus, the finest of the wheat, that we may be to God a sweet savour of Christ. And even in this earthly tabernacle and militant church, let us walk in the light of the Lord. So shall we shine as lights in the world, holding forth the word of life. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 26 contains directions from God concerning 1. The inner curtains of the tabernacle and their couplings with tacks of gold, verses 1 to 6. 2. The second curtains of goat's hair and their coupling with tacks of brass, verses 7 to 13. 3. The third covering of ram's skins dyed red, and the fourth, or uppermost, of badger's skins, verse 14. 4. The boards of shittim wood to be erected for supporting the curtains with their crossbars and sockets, verses 15 to 30. 5. The veil or hangings between the holy and most holy place of the tabernacle, verses 31 to 35. 6. The veil or hanging at the door of the tabernacle, separating the holy place from the court, verses 36 and 37. Verse 1. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work shalt thou make them. Verse 2. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. Verse 3. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. Verse 4. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shalt thou make in the outermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. Verse 5. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. Verse 6. And thou shalt make 50 tacks of gold, and couple the curtains together with the tacks, and it shall be one tabernacle. Verse 7, and thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shalt thou make. Verse 8, the length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. Footnote: these curtains denoted the outward meanness, inward glory, full safety and protection of Christ and his people. End of footnote. Verse 9, and thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. Verse 10, and thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. Verse 11, and thou shalt make 50 tacks of brass, and put the tacks into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. Footnote: the couplings signified the close connection of everything in Christ and his church. Verses 3, 6, and 10. End of footnote. Verse 12, and the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle. Verse 13, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side, of that which remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. Verse 14, and thou shalt make a covering for the tent of rams' skins dyed red, and a covering above of badgers' skins. Verse 15, and thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. Verse 16, 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. Verse 17, 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. Footnote: Hebrew, hands. These boards may denote the mediatorial strength of Christ, and the principal truths, ordinances, and members of his church, all founded in the perfections and purposes of God. Chapters 26 and 22. End of footnote. Verse 18, and thou shalt make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. Verse 19, and thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. Verse 20, and for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards. Verse 21, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. Verse 22, and for the sides of the tabernacle westward thou shalt make 6 boards. Verse 23, and 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. Verse 24, and they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both, they shall be for the 2 corners. Verse 25, and they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. Verse 26, and thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle. Verse 27, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. Verse 28, and the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. Verse 29, and thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars, and thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. Verse 30, and thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof which was showed thee in the mount. Verse 31, and thou shalt make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, with cherubims shall it be made. Verse 32, and thou shalt hang it upon 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold, their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. Verse 33, and thou shalt hang up the veil under the tacks, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony, and the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. Verse 34, and thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. Verse 35, and thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle towards the south, and thou shalt put the table on the north side. Verse 36, and thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent, of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. Verse 37, and thou shalt make for the hangings 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold, and thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Footnote, chapter 36 and 38. These veils signify the manhood of Christ. Hebrews 10 verse 19, the ceremonial law, Ephesians 2 verse 14, and the visible heaven, Acts 3 verse 21. End of footnote. Reflections. How graciously God suits the tokens of his favour to our circumstances, as he formed a movable residence and furniture for himself to the wandering condition of his chosen people. But herein may I contemplate Jesus, mean and debased in the view of carnal beholders, but inwardly decked with all the golden glories of Godhead, and the pure graces of manhood. I see how everything about him as mediator is founded and fixed in, erected and joined together, according to the purpose and by the infinite wisdom and power of God. Let me behold likewise the Christian Church, outwardly despicable in the view of the carnal world, but inwardly decked, established, and knit together by every precious ordinance, spiritual grace, faithful minister, or true saint. Let my entrance into her be by Jesus Christ, the door, the way, the truth, and the life, and amidst all my outward infirmities, let me be all glorious within, a meet habitation of God through the Spirit. Thus shall I have access with boldness, by the blood of Jesus, into the sanctuary of fellowship with God on earth, and in due time into the heavenly state, the holiest of all. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 27 contains directions from God concerning 1. The brazen altar upon which the sacrifices were to be offered, verses 1 to 8. 2. The court of the tabernacle with the hanging for the door of it, verses 9 to 19. 3. The oil for the lamps of the candlestick, verses 20 and 21. Verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. Verse 2. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. Verse 3. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof thou shalt make of brass. Verse 4. And thou shalt make for it a grate of network of brass, and upon the net thou shalt make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. Verse 5. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. Verse 6. And thou shalt make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. Verse 7. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Footnote. This altar, squared and horned, typified Christ in his humiliation as an all-sufficient Saviour. End of footnote. Verse 8. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it. As it was showed thee in the mount, so shall they make it. Verse 9. And thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen, of 100 cubits long for one side. Footnote. Almost 61 yards. This court typified the debased state of Christ and the visible church. By divine ordinances and protection, Christ and his church are separated from the world. End of footnote. Verse 10. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of brass. Verse 11. And likewise for the north side in length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars for their 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. Verse 12. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. Verse 13. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. Verse 14. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. Verse 15. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. Verse 16. And for the gate of the court shall be an hanging of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework, and their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. Verse 17. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver, their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. Verse 18, the length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of fine twisted linen, and their sockets of brass. Verse 19, all the vessels of the tabernacle in all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. Verse 20, and thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring thee pure olive oil beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. Verse 21, in the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Israel. Footnote: this oil denotes the Holy Ghost in his gifts, graces, and oracles. End of footnote. Reflections. Since I have the once debased, the all-atoning, all-perfect, powerful, and all-accessible Jesus for my altar, since I have his church and ordinances for a court and place of worship, divinely bounded and protected, the oracles, gifts, and graces of his Spirit for my all-illuminating oil, let me, conscious of crimes unnumbered, flee to him as my refuge, and by faith lay hold on his horns of saving power and authority. Let me give up myself and all that I have to God through him, that in his courts I may behold his person and work, and worship him in fear. Let me, whether minister or private Christian, exert myself that the word of the Lord may have free course and be glorified, and with exercised gifts and graces let me shine forth as a light in the house of my God. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 28 contains divine prescriptions concerning the priests who were to minister in the tabernacle and their sacred vestments, verses 1 to 5, particularly 1, the rich garments of the high priest, including the ephod or short jacket without sleeves and girdle, verses 6 to 14, the breastplate with its precious stones and Urim and Thummim, verses 15 to 30, the robe of the ephod, somewhat like a woman's gown, verses 31 to 35, and the mitre with its golden plate, verses 36 to 39. 2. The plain vestments of the common priests, including their linen coats, breeches, bonnets, and girdles, verses 40 to 43. Verse 1, and take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. Verse 2, and thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron thy brother, for glory and for beauty. Verse 3, and thou shalt speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. Verse 4, and these are the garments which they shall make, a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a mitre, and a girdle, and they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. Verse 5, and they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen. Footnote, these robes denote Christ's holy manhood in his mediatorial office and surety righteousness. End footnote. Verse 6, and they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen with cunning work. Verse 7, it shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. Verse 8, and the curious girdle of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. Verse 9, and thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Israel. Verse 10, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. Verse 11, with the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shalt thou engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. Thou shalt make them to be set in ouches of gold. Verse 12, and thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Israel, and Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. Footnote, Christ supports his people and presents them before God. End footnote. Verse 13, and thou shalt make ouches of gold. Verse 14, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. Of wreathen work shalt thou make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. Verse 15, and thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod thou shalt make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen thou shalt make it. Verse 16, foursquare it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. Verse 17, and thou shalt set in it settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, footnote, or ruby. The breastplate denoted the church in which all the elect are ranked, and the covenant of grace by which they are immovably fixed in Jesus' heart, that he may be ever mindful of them. End footnote. A topaz and a carbuncle, this shall be the first row. Verse 18, and the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. Verse 19, and the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. Verse 20, and the fourth row a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. Verse 21, and the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12, according to their name, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall be according to the 12 tribes. Verse 22, and thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. Verse 23, and thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. Verse 24, and thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. Verse 25, and the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. Footnote, these fastenings denoted how firmly, closely, and divinely the new covenant and the church are connected with Jesus' heart. End of footnote. Verse 26, and thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and thou shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. Verse 27, and 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. Verse 28, and they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. Verse 29, and Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in unto the holy place, for a memorial before the Lord continually. Verse 30, and thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord, and Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before the Lord continually. Footnote, what the Urim and Thummim, or lights and perfections, were, I cannot certainly tell. Perhaps God himself formed it, and by it the priest knew the mind of God. End of footnote. Verse 31, and thou shalt make the robe of the ephod all of blue. Verse 32, and there shall be an hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the whole of an habergeon, that it be not rent. Verse 33, and beneath upon the hem of it thou shalt make pomegranates of blue and of purple and of scarlet round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. Verse 34, a gold bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the robe round about. Verse 35, and it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth in unto the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not. Verse 36, and thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, holiness to the Lord. Verse 37, and thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre, upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be. Footnote, it was a kind of crown made of rolled linen, somewhat in the form of a grenadier's cap. End of footnote. Verse 38, and it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things which the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts, and it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. Verse 39, and thou shalt embroider the coat of fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. Verse 40. And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and bonnets shalt thou make for them, for glory and for beauty. Verse 41. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and shalt anoint him, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. Verse 42. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. Verse 43. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute for ever unto him and his seed after him. Reflections. Come, my soul, is not the smell of thy Redeemer's garments, his unspotted manhood, his mediatorial office, and his everlasting righteousness, as of a field which the Lord hath blessed? Are not these for glory and for beauty to himself and to his people? Is he not every way fitted to attract the admiration of angels and of men? Every way qualified to atone for, to remember his people, and present them before God? Are not even the appearances and actions of his debased state calculated to promote his own and his Father's honour, and our everlasting happiness? Let me then behold and receive him as the great high priest of my profession. Behold how in his manhood, in his mediatorial office and finished righteousness, he bears the names of all his chosen in all their diversified conditions, and supports and presents them before God. What sweet fruits and joyful sounds of gospel grace issue from his incarnation, righteousness, and intercession! In what a dignified manner hath he put away our sins, that we die not! And though in all things he must have the preeminence, let me and all his children be arrayed in our priestly robes of righteousness imputed, grace implanted, and of an holy conversation, and let me ever remember that it is death, eternal death, to all, but chiefly to ministers, if they attempt to serve God without putting on the Lord Jesus Christ, as made of God to them righteousness, sanctification, and redemption. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 29 contains 1. Divine directions concerning the consecration of the priests, which consisted in washing their bodies, arraying them with the sacred robes, anointing them with blood and oil, and the oblation of a sin offering, burnt offering, and consecration offering for them. Verses 1 to 35. 2. Directions for the consecration of the altar with the priests by sin offerings and sacred unction for the space of 7 days, verses 36 and 37. 3. Laws directing the oblation of their daily sacrifice, verses 38 to 41. 4. Promises of God's presence in his tabernacle and ordinances, and blessing of his obedient people, verses 42 to 46. Verse 1. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock, and 2 rams without blemish. Verse 2. And unleavened bread, and cakes unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened, anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shalt thou make them. Verse 3. And thou shalt put them into 1 basket, and bring them into the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. Verse 4. And Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shalt wash them with water. Explanatory note. Verses 1, 2, and 4. Their oblations signified that they and their services should be holy, gracious, and excellent. Their washing signified justification and regeneration by the blood and Spirit of Christ. End of explanatory note. Verse 5. And thou shalt take the garments, and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robes of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. Verse 6. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Verse 7. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. Explanatory note. Verse 7. The common priests were, at least at first, anointed by sprinkling, but the high priest had oil poured out plentifully upon his head. Psalm 133 verse 3. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And thou shalt bring his sons, and put coats upon them. Verse 9, And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them, and the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute, and thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons. Verse 10, And thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. Verse 11, And thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 12, And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. Explanatory note, verse 12. The brazen altar was thus solemnly sanctified, that it might sanctify the offerings of the people. End of explanatory note. Verse 13. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. Verse 14, But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. Verse 15, Thou shalt take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Verse 16, And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. Verse 17, And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. Verse 18, And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord. It is a sweet savour, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 19, And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Explanatory note, verse 19. This was a kind of peace offering to thank God for calling them to the office and to solicit his assistance in the discharge of it. End of explanatory note. Verse 20, Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. Footnote, This purification by blood and oil, signifying the righteousness and blood of Christ, imported that their whole man was dedicated to and fitted for the immediate service of God. End of footnote. Verse 21, And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Verse 22, Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. Verse 23, And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. Verse 24, And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. Explanatory note, verse 24, Wave offerings were either tossed from one hand to another, or shaken to and fro, towards the several quarters of the world, to denote 1. God's dominion over all places and people, 2. The extensive virtue of Christ's sacrifice, 3. The general publication thereof in the gospel, 4. The offerers giving themselves to God as the universal sovereign. End of explanatory note. Verse 25, And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savour before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 26, And thou shalt take the breast of the ram for Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. Verse 27, And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram, of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. Explanatory note, verse 27, The heave offerings were thrown up and caught with the hand, to denote that these things were devoted to God and received back from him as the portion of the priests who offered them. End of explanatory note. Verse 28, And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is an heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel for the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord. Verse 29, And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. Verse 30, And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. Verse 31, And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. Verse 32, And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 33, And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. Verse 34, And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire, it shall not be eaten, because it is holy. Verse 35, And thus shalt thou do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. Verse 36, For thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement, and thou shalt cleanse the altar, when thou hast made an atonement for it, and thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. Verse 37, 7 days shalt thou make an atonement for the altar, and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever toucheth the altar shall be holy. Verse 38, Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar, 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. Verse 39, The one lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at even. Verse 40, And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and for the 4th part of an hin of wine, for a drink offering. Footnote, The annexing of meat offering and drink offering imported that Christ's oblation of himself for us brings not only redemption, but a fullness of spiritual provision and comforts. End of footnote. Verse 41, And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savour, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 42, This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you, to speak there unto thee. Verse 43, And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. Verse 44, And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. Verse 45, And I will dwell among the children of Israel, and will be their God. Verse 46, And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Reflections. Through these dark shadows of good things to come, these washings, arrayings, oblations, and unctions, I look to Jesus and his ransomed offspring. I see his solemn call to his work, and theirs to their station, the infinite purity of his Godhead, the perfect holiness of his manhood, the complete humanity which he assumed, the extensive office which he undertook, the humble obedience which he fulfilled, the unbounded influences of the Holy Ghost which he received, fully qualified him to offer himself in his death and to make continual intercession for us. Predestinated before the foundation of the world, promised and typified at the fall, and manifested in the evening and end of the world, to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself, he is daily the continued salvation, provision, and comfort of our souls, and as reconciled in him, God dwells with and blesses us with all spiritual blessings. Let none then approach to the sacred ministry without being washed in Jesus' blood, regenerated by his Spirit, endowed with his gifts and graces, and at the same time using due care and deliberation to prepare for their awful work. In the exercise of that ministry, let them daily exhibit Jesus as the atonement, food, and consolation of sinners. So shall God be present in his ordinances, and bless the attenders. Let every Christian likewise, as a redeemed priest unto God, always improve Jesus, as made of God unto him wisdom, righteousness, sanctification, and redemption, that being purged by his atoning blood, clothed with his imputed righteousness, and endowed with his Spirit, he may daily live by faith on the Son of God, and offer up the spiritual sacrifices of prayers, praise, and good works, nay, his whole self as acceptable to God through him, and let him continually hold fellowship with a sanctifying God as his God, and his all in all. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 30. Here Moses is further instructed concerning 1. The altar of incense, its situation and use, verses 1 to 10. 2. The half shekel of ransom money required for the use of the tabernacle, verses 11 to 16. 3. The laver which stood beside the brazen altar for the priests to wash in, verses 17 to 21. 4. The making and use of the anointing oil, verses 22 to 33. 5. The incense and perfume to be burnt on the golden altar, verses 34 to 38. Verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon, of shittim wood shalt thou make it. Verse 2. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. Verse 3. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof, and thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. Verse 4. And 2 golden rings shalt thou make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon the 2 sides of it shalt thou make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. Verse 5. And thou shalt make these staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. Verse 6. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. Verse 7. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresseth the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. Verse 8. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. Verse 9. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. Verse 10. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto the Lord. Verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 12. When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord, when thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them when thou numberest them. Verse 13. This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Verse 14. Every one that passeth among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord. Verse 15. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. Verse 16. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shalt appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. Verse 17. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 18. Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal, and thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and thou shalt put water therein. Verse 19. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat. Verse 20. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 21. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations. Verse 22. Moreover the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 23. Take thou also unto the principal spices of pure myrrh 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus 250 shekels. Verse 24. And of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil a hin. Verse 25. And thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be an holy anointing oil. Verse 26. And thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the art of the testimony. Verse 27. And the table, and all his vessels, and the candlestick, and his vessels, and the altar of incense. Verse 28. And the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. Verse 29. And thou shalt sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever toucheth them shall be holy. Verse 30. And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. Verse 31. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, This shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Verse 32. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Verse 33. Whosoever compoundeth any like it, or whosoever putteth any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. Verse 34, And the Lord said unto Moses, Take unto thee sweet spices, stacte and onycha and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense. Of each shall there be a like weight. Verse 35, And thou shalt make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. Verse 36, And thou shalt beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with thee, and it shall be unto you most holy. Verse 37, And as for the perfume which thou shalt make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof, it shall be unto thee holy for the Lord. Verse 38, Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Reflections. In this golden altar I surely discern Jesus the God-man, crowned with glory and honour, and set down at the right hand of the Majesty on high, as the great intercessor for his people, and the mean of the acceptance of all their prayers, praises, and religious services. In this ransom money was not Jesus prefigured as giving himself equally for every one of his numbered, his chosen people, that no plague be found among them? In this laver was not Jesus typified as the fountain opened for sin and for uncleanness, in which all his people and ministers ought to wash their conscience and heart before and after every approach to God? In this sacred oil I behold the Holy Ghost in his precious and manifold, but well-connected gifts and graces, with which Jesus, his people, his ordinances, and none else are anointed of God. In this sacred incense I discern the precious and acceptable intercessions of my Redeemer, together with the cordial prayers, praises, and services of his people. Let me then, by faith, depend on his advocacy, since he presents his infinite merits before God, answerable to the circumstances of every particular member of his mystical body. Let all the Israel of God rest and rejoice in him as the redemption price to the justice of God, while we daily wash in the fountain of his blood and spirit, till we be without spot or wrinkle or any such thing. And let the genuine spirit and grace of Christ dwell in us, and not the counterfeit appearance, for dreadful is the hazard of turning his grace into licentiousness, pretending the possession of the Spirit, or counterfeiting the work of God. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 31. Here, 1. God appoints what particular workman should be employed in the erection and furnishing of his tabernacle, verses 1 to 11. 2. He repeats the law of the Sabbath and the religious observation of it, verses 12 to 17. 3. After 40 days' conference, he dismisses Moses with the 2 tables of the moral law, divinely inscribed, verse 18. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 2. See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. Verse 3. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship. Verse 4. To devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass. Verse 5. And in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of timber to work in all manner of workmanship. Verse 6. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded thee. Verse 7. The tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle. Verse 8. And the table and his furniture, and the pure candlestick with all his furniture, and the altar of incense. Verse 9. And the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot. Verse 10. And the clothes of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office. Verse 11. And the anointing oil and sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded thee shall they do. Verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 13. Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doth sanctify you. Verse 14. Ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Verse 15. 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th it is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Explanatory note, verse 15. Notwithstanding, the work of the tabernacle was holy and to be speedily and diligently done, yet nothing of it must be done on the Sabbath day. The Sabbath was a sign of God's acknowledging them for his people, and their observation of it was a sign of their acknowledging him for their God, Creator, Redeemer, and Sanctifier. End of explanatory note. Verse 16. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. Verse 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. Verse 18. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone written with the finger of God. Explanatory note. Verse 18. The stony matter of these tables marked the perpetual obligations of the moral law and the hardness of men's hearts, in which the Spirit of God alone can write it. End of explanatory note. Reflections. Nothing, even of natural excellency, but cometh from God. How easily and completely he can furnish his instruments for whatever service he calls them to, and therefore with courage and comfort may such as have once his call venture on the hardest work. But commonly we may observe, for the honour of Christ, who needed no assistant, and especially for the comfort of his servants, God sends forth his noted agents by twos. Great is the danger of Sabbath profanation, and yet how much are men disposed to it, especially if they can pretend the sacredness or the necessity of their work as an excuse. What exalted account God makes of Jesus Christ and his church. He, who spent but 6 days in creating a world, spends 40 in prescribing a typical representation of those. But the most remarkable visits of God to men upon earth quickly come to an end, though he wisely frames anything about his ordinances so as that it may be instructive and comforting. In these typical architects, I may therefore behold Jesus, called of God to finish a work of redemption and rear up a gospel church. Jesus, qualified of God by the unmeasured unction of the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, to fulfill an arduous task, and actually completing his design to his own glory and the salvation of his people. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 32 exhibits a most shocking interruption of God's favours and a delay of the erection of the tabernacle by Israel's sin. 1. Weary of waiting for the promised land, for Moses' return from the mount, and for an institution of ceremonial worship among them, they make and worship a golden calf, verses 1 to 6. 2. Intimating their wickedness to Moses, God threatens utterly to destroy them, but Moses intercedes for them, verses 7 to 14. 3. Return from the mount, he observes their crime, and, in detestation of it, breaks the tables of the law which he had brought with him, and burns their idol calf, verses 15 to 20. 4. After examining Aaron concerning his part therein, he orders the ringleaders in guilt to be slain by the faithful Levites, verses 21 to 29. 5. Upon Moses' further intercession, God grants the Hebrews a reprieve, but denounces an after-reckoning with them, verses 30 to 35. Verse 1. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves unto Aaron, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. Footnote. They wanted a visible representation of God, and it was made in the form of a calf or ox, in imitation of the Egyptians, who for many ages worshipped one of these animals for a deity. End of footnote. Verse 2. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, and of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. Verse 3. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. Verse 4. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. Footnote. The calf was intended not as a deity, but as a representation of Jehovah. End of footnote. Verse 5. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made proclamation, and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. Verse 6. And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. Verse 7. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go, get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. Footnote: God, as it were, renounces his relation to them, and calls them Moses' people, to prompt him to the greater solicitude for their preservation and welfare. End of footnote. Verse 8. And they have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. Verse 9. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Explanatory note. Verse 9. Stiff-necked signifies stubborn and disobedient, like unruly or unbroken bullocks that will not submit their neck to the yoke. End of explanatory note. Verse 10. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. Verse 11. And Moses besought the Lord his God, and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Verse 12. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this thy evil against the people. Verse 13. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel thy servants, to whom thou swarest by thine own self, and saidst unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. Verse 14. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. Verse 15. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides, on the one side and on the other were they written. Verse 16. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God graven upon the tables. Verse 17. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, There is a noise of war in the camp. Verse 18. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. Verse 19. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands, and brake them beneath the mount. Explanatory note. Verse 19. Moses brake the tables not in rage, but in holy zeal, to mark that their sin might justly provoke God to give up his covenant relation to them, and deprive them of his precious laws. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. Verse 21. And Moses said unto Aaron, What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? Verse 22. And Aaron said, Let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. Thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief. Verse 23. For they said unto me, Make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. Verse 24. And I said unto them, Whosoever hath any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me, then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. Verse 25. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Explanatory note. Verse 25. They were deprived of their innocency and of the favour and protection of their God, exposed to danger and stained with the reproach of inconstancy among their enemies. End of explanatory note. Verse 26. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp, and said, Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. Verse 27. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbour. Verse 28. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. Verse 29. For Moses had said, Consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. Explanatory note. Verse 29. This holy service for the Lord's honour prepared them for their sacred office. End of explanatory note. Verse 30. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto the Lord. Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. Verse 31, And Moses returned unto the Lord, and said, O, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Verse 32, Yet now, if thou wilt, forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written. Explanatory note, verse 32, God hath his book of unfailing remembrance, Revelation 20 verse 12, his book of special providential care and regard, Psalm 56 verse 3, and Psalm 139 verse 16, and Psalm 69 verse 28, and Psalm 87 verse 6, and his book of unalterable election to everlasting life, Daniel 12 verse 1, Luke 10 verse 20, Philippians 4 verse 3, Revelation 3 verse 5, and chapter 13 verse 8, and chapter 20 verse 12. Moses did not here wish that he might be reprobated, accursed, or damned, rather than his people should perish, but refuses to survive them, or to have his seed raised up in their stead. End of explanatory note. Verse 33, And the Lord said unto Moses, Whosoever hath sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Verse 34, Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. Verse 35, And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. Reflections. It is highly necessary that magistrates and ministers should attend to their charges closely, lest their absence occasion mischief. For those who reckon God's counsels slow readily rushes headlong into ruin by their own, and most men are much readier to serve the devil than God, and to sacrifice one lust, pride itself not excepted, for the promoting of another still more sottish and absurd. Yea, even after the most solemn transactions with God, men quickly and fearfully stumble into sin, and the choicest saints are too apt to follow a multitude to do evil. But surely it is highly shameful when professed Christians imitate these idolaters in their mad revelling and mirth. All our wickedness is obvious and odious before God, and let professors of the true religion beware how they so corrupt themselves, lest God be ashamed to acknowledge them as his people. What a mercy is it for a guilty nation when they have powerful intercessors at the throne of grace. They have to do with a gracious God, who takes pleasure to repent himself of the evil. Holy zeal for God, when prudently manifested on proper occasions, is highly becoming, but backsliders in heart shall be filled with their own ways, and have their idols broken before their eyes. And oh, what misery and shame do good men bring on nations by joining them in their wickedness! The best excuse which they can make for their conduct is pitiful and absurd, and therefore it deeply concerns all men in an evil day to know whether they be on the Lord's side or on that of his enemies. It is both necessary, honourable, and useful to employ the strictest impartiality in the matters of God, and to use the most earnest intercessions with God to avert, even for a time, his just vengeance from falling upon a nation which is ripened for destruction. And we have here the greatest encouragement to expect a gracious answer to our prayers. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 33. Here, 1. To the grief and humiliation of Israel, God refuses to attend them to Canaan, but offers them an angel for their guide, verses 1 to 6. 2. By means of the intercession of Moses and his attendants at the new tent, the correspondence between God and the people is renewed, he manifesting his glory to them, and they worshipping him, verses 7 to 10. 3. By earnest supplication, perhaps of 40 days' continuance, Deuteronomy 9 verses 18 and 25, Moses obtains a promise of God's presence with the people, and a noted manifestation of his glory for himself, verses 11 to 23. Verse 1, And the Lord said unto Moses, Depart, and go up hence, thou and the people which thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which I swore unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, Unto thy seed will I give it. Verse 2, And I will send an angel before thee, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Verse 3, Unto a land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in the midst of thee, for thou art a stiff-necked people, lest I consume thee in the way. Verse 4, And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments. Verse 5. For the Lord had said unto Moses, Say unto the children of Israel, Ye are a stiff-necked people, I will come up into the midst of thee in a moment, and consume thee. Therefore now put off thy ornaments from thee, that I may know what to do unto thee. Explanatory note, verse 5. That I may try whether thou wilt repent of or persist in thy sin, and act towards thee accordingly. End of explanatory note. Verse 6. And the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. Verse 7. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that every one which sought the Lord went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which was without the camp. Explanatory note. Verse 7. This tabernacle was a tent erected by Moses for the worship of God, till the appointed one should be finished, and the removal of it from the camp intimated the Lord's displeasure with them, and departure from them. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And it came to pass, when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up, and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. Verse 9. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended, and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and the Lord talked with Moses. Verse 10. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. Verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. Explanatory note, verses 9 and 11. God's familiar talking with Moses was a public approbation of what he had done against the calf and the worshippers thereof. End of explanatory note. Verse 12. And Moses said unto the Lord, See, thou sayest unto me, Bring up this people, and thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me. Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast also found grace in my sight. Verse 13. Now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I might find grace in thy sight, and consider that this nation is thy people. Verse 14. And he said, My presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. Verse 15. And he said unto him, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. Verse 16. For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we be separated, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. Verse 17. And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. Verse 18. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. Explanatory note, verse 18. The highest manifestation of thy glory that I am capable of bearing. End of explanatory note. Verse 19. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Explanatory note, verse 19. God reckons the display of his goodness, his distinguished glory. End of explanatory note. Verse 20. And he said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. Explanatory note, verse 20. God's face here denotes the brightness of majesty and glory which attended the external shape he now assumed. End of explanatory note. Verse 21. And the Lord said, Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. Verse 22. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a cleft of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. Verse 23. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Reflections. Fearful is the danger and woe that attend apostasy from God and the worshipping of idols in his room. His eye beholds the inward hardness and obstinacy of our hearts, and painful indeed are the convictions of an awakened conscience when God displays his terrors and appears as an enemy. There is need of uncommon humiliation and prayer when God's wrath is once kindled against a people, and he has begun to remove his ordinances from them. But when a gracious God and a multitude of groaning hearts meet together at the throne of grace, it is a token of his merciful designs, for he is ready to return to his praying people, and to indulge them with the most astonishing familiarity. Their desire of fellowship and boldness of faith increases in his presence, and he will not refuse them anything they ask, though it were to the whole of his kingdom? What blessings of direction, presence, or spiritual manifestation can he deny us who have Jesus our advocate within the veil? Come then, my soul, be no more a trifler in prayer, but make intercession with groans that cannot be uttered. Whatever I ask, believing for myself or my family or the church, God will give it. Let me, adoring the sovereignty of his grace, press after clearer and clearer displays of his glory and his goodness, till at last I see him as he is. Awake, ye prayerless wasters of time. Base and unprofitable are your fellowships with men if compared to this of Moses with his God. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 34. In the preceding chapter God had intimated his reconciliation with Israel. Here he gives proof of it, 1. In ordering up Moses again to the mount with hewn tables of stone to receive a new copy of the moral law, verses 1 to 4. 2. In meeting him there and proclaiming his gracious character, upon which Moses founds further supplication for Israel, verses 5 to 9. 3. In his converse with Moses he renews his promise of Canaan to the people, and his charge to extirpate the Canaanites and their idols, and to make no marriages with them, to dedicate every firstling, to observe the weekly and ceremonial Sabbaths, offer the firstfruits, etc., verses 10 to 27. 4. In dismissing him at the end of 40 days with an honourable splendour of his countenance, verses 28 to 34. Verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest. Explanatory note, verse 1. Thus God left a mark of their rebellion in the tables, in their not being hewn by himself, yet nevertheless he made his law to retain the same force, and manifested that it is not graciously inscribed in our hearts till once they be hewn and broken by Moses' covenant form of it. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. Verse 3. And no man shall come up with thee, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount, neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mount. Verse 4. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and Moses rose up early in the morning, and went up unto Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. Verse 5. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of the Lord. Verse 6. And the Lord passed by before him, and proclaimed, the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth. Verse 7. Keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children, unto the 3rd and to the 4th generation. Explanatory note, verse 7. It is a part of goodness to hate and punish evil. End of explanatory note. Verse 8. And Moses made haste, and bowed his head toward the earth, and worshipped. Verse 9. And he said, If now I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, let my Lord, I pray thee, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance. Verse 10. And he said, Behold, I make a covenant. Before all thy people I will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation, and all the people among which thou art shall see the work of the Lord, for it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Verse 11. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Verse 12. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. Verse 13. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. Explanatory note, verse 13. For privacy and solemnity, to prevent interruption, and perhaps in imitation of the patriarchs, the heathens planted groves in which they worshipped their idols. End of explanatory note. Verse 14. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Verse 15. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. Verse 16. And thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods. Verse 17, thou shalt make thee no molten gods. Verse 18, the feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib, for in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt. Verse 19, all that openeth the matrix is mine, and every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. Verse 20, but the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou redeem him not, then shalt thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. Verse 21, 6 days thou shalt work, but on the 7th day thou shalt rest. In earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. Verse 22, and thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruit of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Verse 23, thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. Verse 24, for I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land, when thou shalt go up to appear before the Lord thy God thrice in a year. Verse 25, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left unto the morning. Verse 26, the first of the firstfruits of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Verse 27, and the Lord said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. Verse 28, and he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Verse 29, and it came to pass, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. Verse 30, and when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. Verse 31, and Moses called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him, and Moses talked with them. Verse 32, and afterward all the children of Israel came nigh, and gave them in commandment all that the Lord had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. Verse 33, and till Moses had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. Verse 35, but when Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out, and he came out and spake unto the children of Israel that which he was commanded. Verse 35, and the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses put the veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with him. Reflections. It is a great mercy to have God's law manifested to us, but especially written on our hearts, when hewn by convictions of sin, and the necessity of reconciliation with God through Christ discovered thereby. Ministers must labour to hew men's hearts, but it is only God who can write divine truths in them. The most ready and believing dispatch is necessary in making up the breaches between God and our soul, but pleasant and transporting indeed are remarkable discoveries of the glory and grace of God. His new covenant name is exactly suited to our sinful and destitute condition. Clear and distinct views thereof produce the boldest pleadings of faith at his throne of grace, and we cannot sufficiently admire that God should so often repeat his promises, warnings, and laws to us who are so ignorant, heedless, and forgetful. How great is their safety who live in close fellowship with him! He takes pleasure to honour such as honour him, and clear views of the glory of God beget in his people the most glorious conformity to him, and elevate them above all the fears or hopes of nature. But it is very becoming when those, who are most distinguished with gifts and graces, are, through lowliness of mind, scarcely conscious of their own excellencies, when others are more sensible of our spiritual beauty than we ourselves are, and when ministers, who have the deepest insight into divine things, accommodate their instruction to their people's capacity. In the whole of this breach and reconcilement between God and Israel, let me behold how the law entered that the offence might abound, but where sin abounded, grace did much more abound, that as sin had reigned unto death, grace might reign through righteousness unto eternal life by Jesus Christ our Lord. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 35. the sad interruption of the settlement of God's worship among the Israelites being happily ended, 1. Moses reports to them the divine directions which he had received concerning the Sabbath, their voluntary collection for the rearing and furnishing of the tabernacle, and the framing and furniture of it, verses 1 to 19. 2. The people with great cheerfulness bring in their directed contributions, verses 20 to 29. 3. Bezalel and Aholiab are nominated and qualified to be principal artists in framing them, verses 30 to 35. Verse 1. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, and said unto them, These are the words which the Lord hath commanded that ye should do them. Verse 2. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. Verse 3. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. Verse 4. And Moses spake unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord commanded, saying, verse 5. Take ye from among you an offering unto the Lord. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering of the Lord, gold and silver and brass. Verse 6. And blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair. Verse 7. And rams' skins dyed red, and badgers' skins, and shittim wood. Verse 8. And oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. Verse 9. And onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. Verse 10. And every wise-hearted among you shall come and make all that the Lord hath commanded. Verse 11. The tabernacle, his tent and his covering, his tacks and his boards, his bars, his pillars and his sockets. Verse 12. The ark and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat and the veil of the covering. Verse 13. The table and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread. Verse 14. The candlestick also for the light, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the light. Verse 15. And the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle. Verse 16. The altar of burnt offering, with his brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot. Verse 17. The hangings of the court, his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court. Verse 18. The pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords. Verse 19. The clothes of service, to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office. Verse 20. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. Verse 21. And they came, every one whose heart stirred him up, and every one whom his spirit made willing, and they brought the Lord's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. Verse 22. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets, and earrings, and rings, and tablets, all jewels of gold, and every man that offered an offering of gold unto the Lord. Verse 23. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skins of rams and badger skins brought them. Verse 24. Every one that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought the Lord's offering, and every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. Verse 25. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, both of blue and of purple, and of scarlet and of fine linen. Verse 26. And all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. Verse 27. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. Verse 28. And spice and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. Verse 29. The children of Israel brought a willing offering unto the Lord, every man and woman, whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which the Lord had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. Verse 30. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, See, the Lord hath called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. Verse 31. And he hath filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom, in understanding, and in workmanship, and in all manner of workmanship. Footnote. These were typical of Christ as the skillful builder of his church. End of footnote. Verse 32. And to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass. Verse 33. And in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. Verse 34. And he hath put in his heart that he may teach, both he and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Verse 35. Them hath he filled with wisdom of heart to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue, and in purple, in scarlet, and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Footnote: this curious work signified the marvellous gifts and graces of Christ and his church. End of footnote. Reflections. As this and the following chapters generally relate no more but the execution of what was directed in chapters 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, and 31, the notes and reflections there found are referred to. Only let me observe that the glory of God and happiness of men are deeply interested in the exact observation of the Sabbath, and that God will either have voluntary service or will not accept of it at all. Sincere repentance always issues in hearty dedications to God, and it is comely when professors, according to their respective abilities, concur in promoting the honour and service of God. In such a work he graciously accepts, not according to what they have not, but according to what they have, if there be first a willing mind. And since God liberally furnishes such as he calls to public offices in his church, the greater our gifts or grace, or the higher our station, the more earnest ought to be our labour in the service of Christ and in helpfulness to our fellow members. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 36. Here 1. The collected materials are delivered to Bezalel and Aholiab, and their work is begun, verses 1 to 4. 2. The people offer so liberally that a necessary restraint is put upon them, verses 5 to 7. 3. We have a particular account of making the appurtenances of the tabernacle itself, its fine inner curtains, verses 8 to 13, its 3 outer coverings, verses 14 to 19, its boards, verses 20 to 30, crossbars, verses 31 to 34, its partition veil, verses 35 and 36, and veil or hanging for the door, verses 37 and 38. Verse 1. Then wrought Bezalel and Aholiab and every wise-hearted man, in whom the Lord put wisdom and understanding to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that the Lord had commanded. Verse 2. And Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart the Lord had put wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. Verse 3. And they received of Moses all the offering which the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal, and they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. Verse 4. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work which they made. Verse 5. And they spake unto Moses, saying, The people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which the Lord commanded to make. Verse 6. And Moses gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary, so that people were restrained from bringing. Verse 7. For the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. Verse 8. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work made he them. Verse 9. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. Verse 10. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. Verse 11. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise he made in the utmost side of another curtain, in the coupling of the second. Verse 12. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. Verse 13. And he made 50 tacks of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the tacks, so it became one tabernacle. Verse 14. And he made curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. Verse 15. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. Verse 16. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. Verse 17, and he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. Verse 18, and he made 50 tacks of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. Verse 19, and he made a covering for the tent of rams' skins dyed red, and a covering of badgers' skins above that. Footnote, the fine covering signified the internal glory of Christ and his church, and the coarse covering signified their meanness in view of carnal men. End of footnote. Verse 20, and he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. Verse 21, the length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. Footnote, 32 inches. These boards and crossbars denote whatever contributes to the strength and stability of Christ and his church. End of footnote. Verse 22, one board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. Verse 23, and he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side, southward. Verse 24, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. Verse 25, and for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards. Verse 26, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. Verse 27, and for the sides of the tabernacle westward he made 6 boards. Verse 28, and 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. Verse 29, and they were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners. Verse 30, and there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. Verse 31, and he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle. Verse 32, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. Verse 33, and he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. Verse 34, and he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. Footnote, with respect to Christ, the gold in the tabernacle and its furniture may denote what is divine, and the shittim wood, his manhood. End of footnote. Verse 35, and he made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, with cherubims made he it of cunning work. Footnote, the veils denote Christ's manhood, the ceremonial law, and the visible heaven. End of footnote. Verse 36, and he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. Verse 37, and he made an hanging for the tabernacle door of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needlework. Verse 38, and the 5 pillars of it with their hooks, and he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold, but their 5 sockets were of brass. Reflections. How honourable is it when agents in the church are men faithful and to be trusted, when private members are so liberal that they need to be restrained, and when rulers dare allow nothing to be taken but what is sufficient. And hopeful is the building of the church when men's first care is about that which is most secret and inward. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 37. Here Bezaleel and his workmen are still busy in making 1. The ark with its mercy seat and cherubims, verses 1 to 9. 2. The table of showbread with its vessels, verses 10 to 16. 3. The golden candlestick with its appurtenances, verses 17 to 24. 4. The golden altar for incense, verses 25 to 28. 5. The anointing oil and sacred incense, verse 29. Verse 1. And Bezaleel made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. Footnote. The ark signified Christ, God-man, as the fulfiller of the broken law and rest of a reconciled God. End of footnote. Verse 2, and he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. Verse 3, and he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. Verse 4, and he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Footnote, staves are gospel ordinances, in which Christ's name is borne. End of footnote. Verse 5, and he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear the ark. Verse 6, and he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. Verse 7, and he made 2 cherubims of gold, beaten out of one piece he made them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. Footnote, cherubims denote angels and ministers. End of footnote. Verse 8, 1 cherub on the end on this side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. Verse 9, and the cherubims spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another, even to the mercy seatward were the faces of the cherubims. Verse 10, and he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and 1 cubit the breadth thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the height thereof. Footnote, it signified Christ and his gospel. End of footnote. Verse 11, and he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Footnote, the crown imported royal dignity, as in verse 2. The rings and staves are the ordinances of the gospel, on which Christ and his church are borne throughout this world. End of footnote. Verse 12, also he made thereunto a border of an handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. Verse 13, and he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Verse 14, over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. Verse 15, and he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold, to bear the table. Verse 16, and he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers to cover withal of pure gold. Verse 17, and he made the candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work made he the candlestick, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. Footnote, the candlestick signifies Christ as the light of the world, and his church, in which his light is manifested. End of footnote. Verse 18, and 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side thereof. Verse 19, 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, a knop and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knop and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlestick. Verse 20, and in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers. Verse 21, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Verse 22, their knops and their branches were of the same, all of it was one beaten work of pure gold. Verse 23, and he made his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. Footnote, 7 imports diversity and perfection. End of footnote. Verse 24, of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. Verse 25, and he made the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was 1 cubit, and the breadth of it 1 cubit. It was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same. Footnote, this altar signified Christ, in his exalted state, as our intercessor within the veil. End of footnote. Verse 26, and he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. Verse 27, and he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. Verse 28, and he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Verse 29, and he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Footnote, the oil signified the Spirit in his gifts and graces, and the incense the intercession of Christ and worship of his people. End of footnote. Reflections. How unbounded is the excellency and usefulness of Christ, that so many things are necessary to represent him. Pleasant is the work of ministers and Christians, where he is all and in all, the first and the last, and it becomes them regularly to proceed from the inward to the outward concerns thereof. May I ever embrace Jesus as my propitiation, feed on him as my provision, walk in him as my light, depend on him as my interceding advocate, and being anointed with his Spirit, offer up my supplications, intercessions, and thanksgivings, kindled by the holy fire of his love shed abroad in my heart. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 38. Here is an account of 1. The making of the brazen altar for sacrifices, and the laver which stood by it, verses 1 to 8. 2. Of the making of the pillars and hangings for the court of the tabernacle, in which this altar and laver were to be placed, verses 9 to 20. 3. A summary account of the gold and brass voluntarily collected, and the silver raised by a poll tax of ransom money, and the use to which it is put, verses 21 to 31. Verse 1. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. Footnote. This altar signifies Christ in his humiliation, as fulfilling all righteousness for us. End of footnote. Verse 2. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with brass. Verse 3. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, and the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the firepans, all the vessels thereof made he of brass. Verse 4. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network, under the compass thereof, beneath unto the midst of it. Verse 5. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, to be places for the staves. Verse 6. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. Verse 7. And he put the staves into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow with boards. Verse 8. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it of brass, of the looking glasses of the women assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 9. And he made the court. On the south side southward the hangings of the court were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. Verse 10. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. Verse 11. And for the north side the hangings were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. Verse 12. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. Verse 13. And for the east side eastward 50 cubits. Verse 14. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. Footnote. 9 yards. The hangings around the court imported religious profession and divine separation and protection, but the hanging at the entry of the court signified much the same thing as the veils. End of footnote. Verse 15. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. Verse 16. All the hangings of the court round about were of fine twined linen. Verse 17. And the sockets for the pillars were of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. Verse 18. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height in the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the court. Verse 19. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters, and their fillets of silver. Verse 20. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were of brass. Verse 21. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moses, for the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron the priest. Verse 22. And Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 23. And with him was Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and a cunning workman, and an embroider in blue and in purple and in scarlet and fine linen. Verse 24. All the gold that was occupied for the work, in all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Verse 25. And the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents, and 1,760 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Verse 26. A bikah for every man, that is half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for every one that went to be numbered, from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. Verse 27. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary, and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents, a talent for a socket. Verse 28, and of the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their chapiters, and filleted them. Verse 29, and the brass of the offering was 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. Verse 30, and therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar, and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of the altar. Footnote, the sockets might signify the perfections, purposes, and promises of God, in which everything relative to Christ and his church are founded. End of footnote. Verse 31, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Reflections. The work still proceeds pleasantly from that which is most inward and important. And let us observe that Jesus' atonement for sin and the purification of our conscience from dead works are closely linked together, that fervent devotion disposes persons to part with that which others most admire for the service of Christ. And it is necessary to examine ourselves in the glass of God's law when we go to the laver of Jesus' blood for spiritual purification. What a small enclosure is the Church of Christ! Happy the period when death shall draw aside the curtains and allow us free access to the house eternal in the heavens. But great and important things might be done for God in his church below, were but all her ministers and members, however weak, hearty, and unambiguous. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 39 contains 1. An account of the making of the priest's sacred apparel, viz. The ephod and its curious girdle, and onyx stones for buttoning together its shoulder pieces, verses 1 to 7. The breastplate of judgment, with its 12 precious stones fixed in it, verses 8 to 21. The robe of the ephod, verses 22 to 26. The mitre with its plate for the high priest, verses 30 and 31. And the coats, bonnets, breeches, and girdles for the inferior priests, verses 27 to 29. 2. A summary account of the whole work presented to Moses when finished, and exactly corresponding to the divine prescriptions concerning it, in chapters 25 to 30 and chapter 35, verses 32 to 43. Verse 1. And of the blue and purple and scarlet they made clothes of service, to do service in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 2, and he made the ephod of gold, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. Footnote, these fine robes represented the manhood, mediatorial office, and finished righteousness of Christ. End of footnote. Verse 3, and they did beat the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires, to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen with cunning work. Verse 4, they made shoulder pieces for it, to couple it together. By the 2 edges was it coupled together. Verse 5, and the curious girdle of his ephod that was upon it was of the same according to the work thereof, of gold, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 6, and they wrought onyx stones enclosed in ouches of gold, graven as signets are graven, with the names of the children of Israel. Footnote, thus Christ supports and governs his people, and presents them before God. End of footnote. Verse 7, and he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 8, and he made the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. Footnote, this signified the church and covenant of grace. End of footnote. Verse 9, it was 4 square. They made the breastplate double, a span was the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof, being doubled. Verse 10, and they set it in 4 rows of stones. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. Footnote, or ruby. These precious stones represented the elect in their various circumstances, placed in comely order in the church and covenant of grace. End of footnote. Verse 11, and the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. Verse 12, and the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. Verse 13, and the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. Verse 14, and the stones were according to the names of the children of Israel. 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, every one with his name according to the 12 tribes. Verse 15, and they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. Footnote: these chains represent how fast the elect, as stationed in the church and the new covenant, are fixed on Christ's heart. End of footnote. Verse 16: and they made 2 ouches of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. Verse 17: and they put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. Verse 18: and the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains they fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. Verse 19: and they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. Verse 20: and they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. Verse 21: and they did bind the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosed from the ephod, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 22: and he made the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. Footnote: as the ephod was a kind of short coat without sleeves, so this robe was somewhat in the form of a long shirt under the ephod. End of footnote. Verse 23: and there was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of an habergeon, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. Verse 24: and they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet and twined linen. Verse 25: and they made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the helm of the robe round about between the pomegranates. Footnote: the bells signified Christ's intercession and the preaching of the gospel, and the pomegranates signified their good fruits and effects. End of footnote. Verse 26: a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister in, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 27: and they made coats of fine linen of woven work for Aaron and for his sons. Footnote: these coarser robes signified what is common to Christ and his people. The mitre prefigured Christ's dignity as an high priest. End of footnote. Verse 28: and a mitre of fine linen, and goodly bonnets of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine twined linen. Verse 29: and a girdle of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet of needlework, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 30: and they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it a writing, like to the engravings of a signet, Holiness to the Lord. Verse 31: and they tied unto it a lace of blue, to fasten it on high upon the mitre, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 32: thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation finished, and the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so did they. Footnote: the phrase, as the Lord commanded Moses, is so often repeated in this and the following chapter to put honor on their obedience, and to teach us that everything done in the church should be exactly correspondent with the law of God. End of footnote. Verse 33: and they brought the tabernacle unto Moses, the tent and all his furniture, his tacks and his boards, his bars and his pillars and his sockets. Verse 34: and the covering of rams' skins dyed red, and the covering of badgers' skins, and the veil of the covering. Verse 35: the ark of the testimony, and the staves thereof, and the mercy seat. Verse 36: the table and all the vessels thereof, and the showbread. Verse 37: the pure candlestick with the lamps thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light. Verse 38: and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for tabernacle door. Verse 39: the brazen altar, and his grate of brass, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot. Verse 40: the hangings of the court, his pillars, and his sockets, and the hanging for the court gate, his cords, and his pins, and all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle, for the tent of the congregation. Verse 41: the clothes of service to do service in the holy place, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and his sons' garments to minister in the priest's office. Verse 42: according to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so the children of Israel made all the work. Verse 43: and Moses did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as the Lord had commanded, even so had they done it, and Moses blessed them. Reflections. How honourable is the livery of ministers and believers, but how much more the glory of Emmanuel, our great high priest. Great things may quickly be done in the church when all hearts and hands are active, and it is pleasant and profitable when everything answers to the commandments of God. It is necessary, therefore, to try our whole work after it is finished, as well as while it is carrying forward. So shall our labour not be in vain in the Lord. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exodus chapter 40. The parts being all finished, here, 1. God commands to erect the tabernacle on the 341st day from their leaving Egypt, and to consecrate it, and the priests who were to serve in it, verses 1 to 15. 2. The tabernacle reared up on the day appointed, being the first of their sacred year, and all its furniture exactly placed in it, according to God's directions, verses 16 to 33. 3. God takes possession of it by the Shekinah, or cloud of glory, hovering above and entering into it, verses 34 to 38. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying. Explanatory note, verses 1 to 33. The form of the tabernacle, when erected, was as follows. The court was 61 yards long and half as much in breadth. It was enclosed by a linen hanging of about 9 feet in height, suspended by silver hooks on 56 brazen pillars, filleted with silver and fixed in large sockets of brass. The only entrance from the east was 12 yards wide, and hung over with a fine veil of embroidered linen, suspended on 4 pillars. Here, under the open sky, stood the brazen altar and laver, and hither every clean Hebrew or proselyte might come with his oblations. At the west end of this court stood the tabernacle itself, a close tent in the form of a house, standing with its end towards the east. It was about 18 1/4 yards long, and 6 1/12 broad, and as much in height. It was reared with 48 boards of shittim wood, overlaid with gold, and fixed at bottom in 96 large sockets of silver, and bound together with 5 crossbars of the same materials. On this frame was suspended a 4-fold covering. The innermost consisted of 10 embroidered linen curtains, each about 17 yards in length, and about 2 1/2 yards in breadth, coupled with tacks or buttons of gold. Over this was a covering of 11 curtains of goat's hair, coupled with tacks of brass. The next was of rams' skins dyed red. The uppermost was of a strong leather called badgers' skins. The whole east end was an entrance, and hung over with a fine veil of embroidered linen, suspended on 5 pillars or boards by golden hooks. And just before it, in the court, stood the brazen altar and laver. This tent was distinguished into 2 apartments. The first, or holy place, was in length 12 yards and 6 inches, into which only the clean priests might enter. At the inner, or west end of it, stood the golden candlestick, altar of incense, and table of showbread. The second, or most holy place, or oracle, was at the west end of the former, and separated from it by a fine veil of embroidered linen, suspended on 4 pillars, fixed erect in large sockets of silver. It was a square of 96 yards and 3 inches. Here, amidst gross darkness, at the west end, was set the ark, covered by the mercy seat and overshadowed by the golden cherubims, between which hovered the Shekinah, or cloud of the divine presence. The tables of the law were put into the ark. The golden pot of manna, Aaron's rod that budded, and a copy of the law of Moses were afterwards reposited at the east or foreside of the ark. Into this apartment the high priest alone entered, and he only upon the fast of general expiation, and perhaps 4 times that day. End of explanatory note. Verse 2. And on the 1st day of the 1st month thou shalt set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. Verse 3. And thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. Verse 4. And thou shalt bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it, and thou shalt bring in the candlestick, and light the lamps thereof. Verse 5. And thou shalt set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. Verse 6. And thou shalt set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. Verse 7. And thou shalt set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shalt put water therein. Verse 8. And thou shalt set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. Verse 9. And thou shalt take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is therein, and shalt hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. Verse 10. And thou shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering, and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. Verse 11. And thou shalt anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. Verse 12, And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. Verse 13, And thou shalt put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. Verse 14, And thou shalt bring his sons, and clothe them with coats. Verse 15, And thou shalt anoint them, as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office, for their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Verse 16, Thus did Moses according to all that the Lord commanded him, so did he. Verse 17, And it came to pass in the 1st month, in the 2nd year, on the 1st day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. Verse 18, And Moses reared up the tabernacle, and fastened his sockets, and set up the boards thereof, and put it in the bars thereof, and reared up his pillars. Verse 19, And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above upon it, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 20, And he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set the staves on the ark, and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. Verse 21, And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 22, And he put the table in the tent of the congregation upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. Verse 23, And he set the bread in order upon it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Verse 24, And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation over against the table on the side of the tabernacle southward. Verse 25, And he lighted the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 26, And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation before the veil. Verse 27, And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 28, And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. Verse 29, And he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 30, And he set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and put water there to wash withal. Verse 31, And Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat. Verse 32, When they went into the tent of the congregation, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as the Lord commanded Moses. Verse 33, And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moses finished the work. Verse 34, Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Verse 35, And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Verse 36, And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. Verse 37, But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. Verse 38, For the cloud of the Lord was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel, throughout all their journeys. Reflections on Exodus chapter 40. It is comely when New Years are commenced with remarkable transactions for God, and when everything is performed and placed in due order, for God is ready to meet such as are occupied in his service, and remember him in all their ways. Desolate and dreary are ordinances, if without the presence of God. But if the Spirit of God and of glory rest upon us, we may be well comforted, for God is with us and for us, and who then can be against us? But was not this reared tabernacle a type of our once apparently mean but truly glorious Redeemer in his manhood and mediatorial office, devised of God and reared up with infinite skill, consecrated by the oil of the Holy Ghost and his own bloody sufferings? In him dwells all the fullness of the Godhead. He is the mean of all our fellowship with God, and the treasury of all that atonement, purification, light, food, intercession, and acceptance which is necessary for our souls. In his debased state he was made the atonement, the laver of purification. In his exalted state he is the eternal rest of Jehovah, and the enlightener, advocate, and feeder of his people. Was it not likewise a figure of the gospel church, planned by the wisdom of God, and reared up by inspired ministers of Christ? Outwardly mean, but inwardly glorious, she is the residence of God in Christ, and in her he is worshipped in an acceptable manner. In her a fullness of atonement, purification, spiritual light, and provision of acceptable prayers, praises, and services are to be found. Was it not a figure of heaven itself, where all its emblems are realized, in which Jesus, Jehovah, and everything substantial are to be found in the most eminent degree? End of chapter 40. End of Exodus from the Self-Interpreting Bible by John Brown.